เ stands for super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back at long last to the greatest region in Overwatch history. We are here live. We're finally kicking off the APAC region at long last. We've been waiting with bated breath for this very moment. Had some delays and whatnot, but here we are. We have finally arrived in this moment, and we are excited to kick it off. I am Achilles. I am joined, of course, by my cohort, Avril, and we could not be more excited to be diving back into the APAC region and unpacking these teams, seeing how they're going to perform up against each other, because we've already got a banger right off the bat. We've got the Philadelphia Fusion going up against the Shanghai Dragons.
And what a way to kick things off in the APAC region here as well. I know we've already watched a little bit NA, but, you know, like you said, Seth, the real Overwatch starts tonight, this evening, today, no matter where you are right now. Welcome back to the Overwatch League 2, officially. It's 5v5 time. We've got a brand new look for a bunch of these teams. Fusion have a new roster. Shanghai brought their old squad back. Everyone is adapting to the new game and the new playstyle. I can't wait to see what they're going to do tonight.
Yeah, neither can I. There's a lot of questions around, Philadelphia Fusion. How are they going to be looking with this new squad? They've decided to just kind of shift away from, the things that were kind of causing them woe last year, and having some of the, non-Asian players on that roster struggled a while to try to get people visas, and by the time that they ended up getting over here, it was a little bit too late. Now they're going in just full Korean squad, just going to look to see how they can perform, and they have a very tough opponent in the Shanghai Dragons, because like you said, they haven't had to retool much. This is a squad that said, hey, yeah, we've won everything. Let's just basically keep the same team together. Of course, they do have, an extended roster and whatnot. Maybe we'll see some of those players getting flipped in throughout this first series, but probably just going to see a lot of the same stuff, I would think, for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, but time will tell. We are just moments away, though, from putting up on your screens that starting five for the Philadelphia Fusion, see who they're going to be fielding to try to take down the reigning champs. And here we go, got the player cams up. We've got Carpe and Zest in the DPS lineup, Belarus in the tank position, and then Fixa and Aim God on support.
Yeah, a couple of returning faces here, some new faces as well. Fusion have had a lively injection of their rookies from their academy team in T1. So, we've seen the success that Shock have now done with their rookie squad, backed by their veteran Violet. They picked up O2 Blast as their academy team, and if you look back in Contender's career, T1 was also a very high-performing Contender squad as well. The only reason they didn't make the finals was because they had to bow out and forfeit due to COVID-related reasons. So this team had a lot of superstars on it. You see some of them on this roster now. Zest, MN3 on the bench as well. Carpe leading the squad as that captain, as the sole remaining figure from last year's Fusion, still here.
Yeah, on the other side of the arena, the theoretical arena. Hopefully one day we'll have these guys back into some venues together here in the Asia region. But it is the Shanghai Dragons who are looking to maintain dominance here in APAC. We've got Lip and Fleta continuing to just look like the scariest DPS duo that you could possibly imagine. Yeah. And Void, of course, they're in the tank position. Lee Jae-gon and Izayaki going to be rocking up in support.
And the interesting thing about these matchups is the fact that you have Belarus, the main tank player of Philly, coming in first over Fury, who would otherwise be the off-tank player. You have Void coming as the off-tank player instead of Fate, the main tank player. So initially, just looking at the rosters, we haven't even dived into any games yet. The teams have a different approach to how they want to apply themselves to our first map and yet the meta as well. And these off-tank, main tank classifications, with time, they'll probably all go away. They're just going to be tank players. But for now, there is still a distinction, and I'm excited to see how the new rookie Belarus hands himself against a veteran like Void.
He's got a pretty big grin on his face, so it seems like he's just as jazzed up as you and I to be jumping into the action, as he's going to be looking to prove himself. And here we go, our map set for this first series. We'll be kicking things off with a new game mode and push as we head to New Queen Street. Then we'll go into Circuit Royale for Hybrid, Kings Row for Escort, and if we can get through a map 4 or a map 5, we will see Ilios as well as Coliseo for Control. So I'm excited about this. I think this definitely can go the distance. It's 5v5. We've got new players coming in. Nothing but excitement across the board as we get ready to kick things off in Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, it's, 3 of the new maps from the Overwatch 2 beta coming in straight away for our opening series. We have the double push week here as well. NA just finished up their double push week, so we saw how some of that went for the respective teams starting on New Queen Street. First of all, I'm going to be looking out at the compositions. What's going to happen here? We know Void coming in as off-tank play means probably leading towards Zarya. As you can see, the Reaper coming through for Flitter is also going to be playing more of a defensive, counter-dive type of composition. Belastri, he's a main tank player. Winston is his jam. He's going to be coming out. Zest on the Tracer as well. They're playing dive. Regular dive.
Yep, well, out the rip, here we go. The team's getting ready to clash as they make their way over to the bot, which I don't know if we ever had a consensus on what the bot's name is.
I call it the push bot. Just very to the point, you know. Just the push bot.
There you go. Straight up, we don't need to have any bells and
business.
whistles here. Yep. Well, here's Lip getting right up into Bellasria's grill. Takes him rather low. They had the anti-out onto him as well, but it's going to be Void who goes down first. Felix Rockets going to find a connection there. With Flood up low on HP, they will pull away, but no one's really got themselves onto the bot quite just yet. Not seeing any distance come through as they just continue this initial skirmishing, and Lip almost gets picked off by Carpe.
A really important meta for the hit scans as well. Obviously, we're still on that initial beta patch, so Soldier is not nerfed right at this very moment in gameplay. Lip on 1 HP, even like lucky to be alive, to be honest with you. Really, a lot of this battle is going to come down to Lip versus Carpe. You can see Belastria surviving on 1, but Void going down. That initially will give the Fusion some meterage, but Control already back in the hands of Shanghai.
Looking to just go ahead and equalize as best as they possibly can. Getting a little bit of distance here. I mean, not too much picked up, only 9.5 meters, but speaking of pickups, there's a kill for Zest. Finds Flood up. Bionade goes out. Lip under fire as Izayaki tries to keep everybody alive. They will manage to trade this back as Lee J gone. Gets his hands dirty. Takes out Bellasria there with that melee
Visor's coming. Double Visors on both teams about to be online, but I mean, look, the Nano is already gone for Izayaki, so we're looking towards Aim God. What is he going to do with this Nano? Likely will go towards Carpe. They want to get that combo underway. Beautiful pulse bomb from Zest. He's kind of walks into that one.
Yeah, kind of just landed on it. Sleep as well. Connects and Void goes down. Zest just really putting in some solid figures here as far as the damage is concerned. Opening things up further here for the side of the Philly Fusion. And right now, it's struggle street for the Shanghai Dragons, who have not really been able to get too much control.
I mean, we've had like 2, nearly 3 fights now. We've got a maximum of 14-ish kind of meters. Finally, we've crested the 15-meter mark. The Visor is gone for Carpe. Aim-God actually retains the Nano, so that will probably now go into Bellasria, who's nearly onto Primal. Lip has a Visor up next, so Shanghai need to do something about this quick snap.
Yep, he invested, throws it out.
Big nade.
Carpe gonna have to run the hell away from here. Lip, though, gonna be slept out of the Visor. Did manage to get a single kill. They'll get traded out. Carpe picks that up. Now he's looking to duel against Flood. Get some reinforcements there from Bellasria. Was also sitting on the Mega Pack, so stays alive. And it's a great shutdown onto Lip's ult, making sure that the Shanghai Dragons cannot find that much value. And Fusion are getting a huge amount of distance now. That forward spawn is just a couple meters away.
I mean, it's an insane Bionade from Aim God as well. Catches Izayaki, it's the kill, puts Void under a lot of pressure there as well. Lip's trying to solo in with his Visor, but it's not really doing too much. And at the end of the day, the dust settles. Carpe on a big, it wasn't on a huge fight, but he had the high ground control, had a brilliant off angle to play with. Does a ton of damage, shuts down the Dragons, still in the lead now, 55 meters to just the 14 as Bellasria goes to the Primal.
Yep, he is going to be slept though. They'll leave him on the floor for a little bit longer there. Aim God going to be picked off. Let it goes down. So 1 for 1 so far. But now Izayaki is also out of the fight. Jagon under fire will end up falling as Carpe picks him with those Helix rockets. And Bellasria just continues to charge forward. As needs to get through Void here in the back end. They will manage to do so. They have the combo. They have that grab combo in with that Death Blossom. But so far it seems like Shanghai Dragons are very scattered. They haven't been able to get any set plays off the ground.
And the other thing about Dragon's comp is it's designed to punish the main tank plays. It's designed to punish the Doom, punish the Winston. Well, guess what? Bellasria, in his debut game of the Overwatch League as a rookie, he's only died 1 time so far, so he's been doing a great job of staying alive. The supports as well, keeping it up there. Carpe's going for a Visor now as well. A lot of these kind of dry Visors, no Nano supporting them. This one's going to be pretty much just a zoning one for now.
Under fire, though, tries to throw down And a healing field, but will get picked in the end. Lip able to pursue far enough forward to finish off Carpe. Nearly has an attack visor of his own here. Just a little bit away, now has it online, but can they get the cart control, the bot control? And we'll start shifting it back over, but they still have a considerable amount of distance to try to close here if they want to even just tie it up. They pick on the Zest, opens up a good amount of space.
They have the ultimates to play through as well. You need to see a lot of value out of this grab. Unfortunately, there's not great targets. At best, you're probably looking at a solo grab on Belosria, right? You're not really going to catch Carpe unless he mispositions. You're not going to catch the Sports either unless they misposition. So it is kind of hard for Void to get value here. So he needs to find something.
Bot again getting it controlled here by the side of the Fusion. Lip opens up with the attack visor, just managed to find Vixen, but Izayaki gets traded out. Now both supports going to be gone for the side of the Philly Fusion, however. And Lee Jae-Kon again getting a melee hit, finishes off Zest. That opens up a good amount of space now. They can continue to push this cart, but there's still just a third of the distance that the Fusion have established so far. Velosria in a bit of a pickle there, does manage to leap out, just waits for the timing. Keeps himself alive for the recontest.
And we're kind of below, well, we definitely are below halfway mark now in terms of timing. They're not that far away in terms of Shanghai, so they are steadily catching up now, nearly at the 40-meter mark. Zest trying to do just a little bit of this poke damage. Still waiting for this grab combo to come on through. When I say grab combo, maybe you might want to use the grab, see where the Death Blossom goes with that as well. No defensive ultimates on the side of Fusion just yet. Fix is still far away.
He dives in with that, manages to find Lee Jae-Kon. It's a huge pickoff. Who's going to have that sound barrier up in just a couple percentage now. Fleta going to be taken out in this grab from Void. It is not going to profit for the side of the Dragons whatsoever. The bot starting to shift back, up that massive distance back over towards the Fusion's control, and they only get within 20 meters here, Avril. They've got 2 minutes to try to take this back.
And the problem here now for
the win.
The extra problem here with the Dragons is not only do they have to win team fights to do that, but they have to kind of push the bot all the way back to where they originally had it. I know the bot runs pretty quickly, but with just 2 minutes remaining, it does waste a lot of time. They are going to get the initial pick on Aimbot, which is good.
Okay, they find a second. Zest does manage to trade one back. Now Lee Jae-Kon going to be out of the fight as well, so it's a 3v3. Velosria dangerously low. Looks like he does manage to find a Mega Pack somewhere off screen, but Fleta picks up that kill in the end. Zest still continuing to put up fantastic numbers, takes down Izayaki, so even though they have this bot, they're shifting it back into Fusion's territory. Now they have to wait for that Ana to run back over. Lee Jae-Kon's going to have to taxi.
Now look at the ult difference though. I mean, I do know that Lip has a visor coming online, but these kind of dry visors haven't been getting a ton of value, especially now when you look towards Fixer using that sound barrier. They can win a fight off that. They can push the bot backwards. We're nearly at the minute mark. We're going to be in OT soon, and you pretty much can't really win this map in OT. I haven't really seen anybody win push in OT yet.
There's a stick again. Zest finding Izayaki. Void instantly melted down. Lip's got the tack visor available, but there's no way in hell that he can use it here. Falls before he would even get the opportunity, and just like that, as soon as that bot gets over towards Fusion's side of the map, they wrest control away from the Dragons, and they continue to shove it back towards the Dragons.
Which means now guaranteed Dragon's going to have to fight this one in OT. So it's close. I mean, 63 to 44, but when you look at the actual payload position, the push pop position, that's what matters at the end of the day. Your 44.51 doesn't mean a lot until you're actually pushing your distance marker, your objective marker, right? That's what it has to come down to at the end of the day. Nano is online. Lip still has his visor available. He's going to need to buy a lot of space with that. I don't think Void's been doing too much damage this game. He's been reset multiple times, plenty of deaths, hasn't had the best energy.
Yep, I haven't been seeing too many of those grabs get built up by him either, because like you said, he's spending a lot of time
this will be
waiting
his second
to respawn. Fleta chunked low, Lip pops the attack visor, the Nano goes out, Carpe on the flank, looking to get that pick off. Takes him low, but cannot confirm the kill. 10 seconds remaining though, the bot again held for now by Fusion, shifted back into the hands of the Dragons. They start pushing forward, but they need to ride this out for a very long time if they want to get the win. OT comes up onto the screen. Lee Jae-Kon and Fleta instantly evaporate. Izayaki dead before he can use the Nano, and Void will be the last sad member of the Dragons alive. He's pushing the bot ever so slowly. He's got the grab, but he's got no hope. The bubble comes down. They block out all chances of damage and get the finishing blow, and there you have it. Map 1 in our debut for Belosria. He comes up with the win with the rest of the Philadelphia Fusion, taking down the Dragons on push.
And Zest as well. I mean, this new Tracer / Projectile / Flex DPS player for the Philly Fusion. He wasn't as hyped up as his counterpart MN3, who we've yet to see debut, yet might still come out soon, who knows. But honestly, these two combined, Fixer as well, coming through from Uprising Academy. AimGod even really surprising. I mean, a lot of people were down on AimGod. They've just taken down the Dragons in the very first opening map of the Overwatch League 2022 season for the APAC region. The defending champions of the Shanghai Dragons are down 0-1 to begin with.
Yep, certainly not what a lot of people would have anticipated, but it's definitely a good, strong look here for the side of the Fusion. We'll see if this is going to be a bit of a push thing, or if Fusion can continue this dominance forward through the rest of the map set and potentially pick up that, a total match victory. We're going to find out, but first we're going to have a quick little break. We'll reset, and then we'll get ready to dive back in for map number 2. Circuit Royale is going to be coming up in just a few minutes. Alrighty, welcome back, guys. What a way to kick things off. Philadelphia Fusion come out swinging in the first map there on New Queen Street. They managed to pick up a victory over the Shanghai Dragons. We'll see if we're going to be getting a little bit of a different look from either of these squads moving forward. Any substitutions and whatnot, we'll have to just wait and see, but we do have Circuit Royale coming up for Hybrid.
And just looking back on that map, Shanghai must have been watching some Dallas gameplay. Maybe we heard some comments that Hanbin have been looking at some APAN games and their experience. Zari was being run a lot. They could be talking about the Shanghai Dragons here, but when I look at how the meta has been developing, I truly do think that Winston is key in the meta. Doom is starting to fall out of favor. Get a substitution here as well. Fury coming in for Balasria. Not a huge surprise going into an escort map. It does favor the off-tank hero pools just a little bit more. So opportunity to see Void make some comeback. I looked at the statistics. His average energy, Void I'm talking about here, on New Queen Street was only 32, so wasn't even really getting above 50 energy. He's just not doing a lot of damage. He was really getting gapped by Balasria at various points. I don't think that's to speak to him as a quality of play. I just think that it was the wrong hero choice on a map like New Queen Street. Even if Hanbin makes it work, Shanghai haven't quite figured out that style. Flitter was also not doing a lot on the Reaper either, so really Lips trying to carry this entire team on a soldier. He's keeping up with Carpe. It's the other hero picks of the Reaper and the Zarya that did not work out.
Well, in addition to Fury, we also have MN3 coming in over Carpe. In the past, there has been a lot of criticism of Fusion when Carpe is subbed out. Most people would say never sub Carpe out. But I'm excited to see how this looks because everybody seems like they're gelling extremely well on the roster. Granted, it's just a singular map as as our observation pool, so we'll have to just wait and see if this ends up working out for them. They can move up 2-0, or if it bites them in the rear at the end. Either way, I think Shanghai Dragons very much going to be looking to just shake off the rust a little bit like you and I. It's been quite some time since we've gotten to commentate. It's been quite some time since they've gotten to compete. So we'll see how they fare going into Circuit Royale, see if they can pick up a win, tie it up, because like I said at the top of the show, Avril, I am more than happy to have this go all the way to 5.
Sure, and I think Philly would, they definitely want the win here. A strong opening versus a championship team like the Shanghai Dragons, who have made no roster changes because, like I said earlier, they won the last season. Why change anybody? They, did a couple of bits and pieces in their substitution bench role, but that doesn't really matter for them right now. We need to talk about what Flitter and Lip and Void are going to do here. We're going to probably look to stay on the Zarya, as it seems like. Some teams have been moving towards the Sigma. It seems like Fury might want to move that direction as well. I'm really excited for MN3 because, to me, he was kind of like the pivotal player on that T1 squad that a bunch of these rookies from Fusion come from. MN3 is such an exciting new hit scan player, and we have a pretty big hit scan meta right now as well, so it's prime time for someone like MN3 to shine and prove himself to be one of the better rookies, if not potentially even, I don't know if I want to say best just yet, because Proper does exist, but MN3 is going to try anyway. He's going to come out in the Widow first.
All right, MN3 versus Lip. See how they fare now. Sees the pop up there, doesn't manage to get the shot across. This one out. So far, Shanghai Dragons shifting back over towards the bridge as the cart begins to slowly push up.
Big difference here is that Fixer's actually going to be pocketing both Zest and MN3 at various times as well. Actually, right now, not really doing too much with MN3. That's probably going to get res. There it is. So, first blood going the way of the Shanghai Dragons. Neither of the Widowmakers finding too much value here. It is super interesting that both teams are looking at the Echo, though.
Yep, and Zest's going to trade it right back over. And obviously no res going to be available here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, not operating with that Mercy. Lip just sitting in the back. See if he can find any kills, but he's actually going to get dove on to go into the backside, and the beam will kill him off. Trade on the Widowmakers here. As Fusion looks to continue moving this payload forward.
Lee Jae-gon's out of position.
Right in on top of Lee Jae-gon. Somehow he is still alive, but they eventually get him in the end. MN3 as well with a nice little headshot onto Void. Picks off the tank player, and that opens up a good amount of distance here for the cart to proceed.
I mean, I think MN3 probably oversteps it a little bit, really wants to duel against Lip and gets punished. Void walks further forward, wants Fixer as well. But Zest is cleaning up. He's already the back player. He somehow managed to get all the way behind all the Shanghai Dragons members. Lee Jae-gon's pushed up super far forward, gets punished, and it's a huge cleanup. They lose Fixer, but Shanghai Dragons lose that fight, and now we're nearly at that point now, still waiting for any sort of Widowmaker presence to be shown. I believe MN3 does have a kill so far. Lip yet to get a final blow just yet.
Hasn't been finding the impact too much here. Let's see now as they battle over the corner.
Grab's
Neither
coming.
of these Widowmakers can find an opening kill to try to really break through this position.
Fury has it.
With a trade of blows there. And then 3 going for the pop shot, looking for him. Just off to the side, and Lip answers back. What a kill to get. Rez looking to come out, but he's going to double down. He gets Zest as well. Rez will come through, but Lip immediately puts him back in the dirt. and that is the Lip Widow performance that we've been waiting for.
Yeah, it took him a while to warm up there, but warm up he does. He's firing up 3 kills in quick succession. Ruins the timing for Fusion there as well, because Fury was slightly ahead of Void in terms of grab charge. Not too sure if they understood that at the time either. I mean, it can be difficult to track because Void was also getting kills, but at this stage now, Lip's going to pop that Infrasight to begin with. That's going to slow down the Fusion even further. We're below 1 minute 30 now, and Shanghai Dragons, I mean, if they can hold this corner successfully, we're looking at a full hold.
Yeah, I mean, time is dwindling away here. Lip on the hunt, pushing forward really aggressively here on that corner, and if he could have gotten Aim God right there, would have been devastating, would have forced the res ahead of a fight. Doesn't manage to do so. Instead, we'll just go ahead, grapples back to safety. It's a shot out onto Zest, but just hits him in the chest. Not going to lead to a kill.
Oh, Jesus.
Finds another one, though. Right back in. There's the res now forced. He's waiting for it. It's not going to be able to find the timing to try to get the instant punish. Falls back as the sticky bombs get a little bit of damage onto him. Void taking a nap. Does get woken up over by the cart. Yeah, 45 seconds here remaining.
Okay, they pop the Valkyrie, but every single time that Fusion wants to go in, Lip gets a frag. Finally, he's kind of missing a couple of shots. The Valkyrie has all but kind of been wasted now. You do have a Duke Plus grab online, but Flitter's got one here as well. Where's that grab going? It's all the way in the background. They get Izuyaki off it.
Yeah, well into the back. MN3 does manage to find the headshot there. Dangerously low. Fleta does go for the duplicate, but gets knocked out of that instantly by MN3. He's starting to find some real value here, and he needs it. Fusion need to start pushing this cart. Lee Jae-gon going to get picked off. Good opener there. Izuyaki is not going to have enough throughput to try to keep Void alive, so does end up falling, and they will be able to get this cap. So 2.5 minutes going to be added to the time bank, but it took a hell of a lot longer than we might have anticipated, given how that first map won here for the Fusion.
Well, I think a lot of that just comes down to Lip's presence in the last 2 minutes of A, right? We're talking about the Infrasight coming online. Huge respect being shown by Fusion. They do not want to push into it. And then we talk about the fact that Lip gets another frag and then another frag, and every single time he gets a frag, it slows the Fusion down. They have an ultimate advantage, and they couldn't use the ultimate advantage. Eventually, the difference maker for me was that MN3 knocked Fleta out of his duplicate form instantly, destroyed that Zarya copy, and that's how we led to this point.
Back into it. But a minor skirmishing as Lip is going on a bit of a walkabout. He's coming around the backside. Zest, Nano up into their faces. The beam not going to be able to get the hits through to try to take Void down. Now they have to reposition. They spot Lip here into the backside. He's going to jump up over the top, but he should end up falling here unless he can get this close scope in.
Oh, that
drops down to the low ground though, and Fleta is there to cover. Zest falls, as does MN3. Both DPS now going to be eliminated, and the supports don't stand a chance. The pickoffs begin to come through, and Fusion are going to have to reset now with just 1.5 minutes to go.
I mean, that's support Jeff right there. You see Zest diving on in, Lee Jae-gon lands this beautiful mid-air whip shot. That destroys Zest's opportunity to get Void down because he nearly had Void killed, right? Same thing happens for Lip. He wants to go for Lip. Lip is being pocketed by both Lee Jae-gon and Izuyaki, and people on Shanghai are not going down. We're about 1 minute remaining now. Fleta finally gets that pick fix. It's huge!
Yeah, he's gonna get a little nap here, but it's well deserved. He put in his effort for sure. 2 kills come through. Aim God again now going to fall as they just pile in on top of the Fusion members. Lip will get Zest as well. Cart now starting to roll back. It's just 50 seconds remaining. A plethora of ultimates about to come online here for the side of the Fusion, but they need to be able to utilize them.
It's the ultimates coming online on the other end there as well, though. The rally is coming online. You have grab, you have the duplicate. Fleta found out, though, he is mispositioned, technically speaking. Doesn't have a fly available. Fleta could very well go down here, probably will go down here, and that will be the 5v4 the Fusion are looking for.
Oh, he actually almost trades it out there in best Zest, but meanwhile, back over towards the cart. Lip finds yet another kill. MN3 going to be taken down yet again. Looks for a little bit more. Rez going to be forced out all the same. Jumps back up onto the high ground, sees Echo over on his top left. Zest starts pushing through. Bubbles come through, they keep Lip protected. And we are running low on time. 7 seconds remaining as they will go ahead and touch the cart.
Solo grab.
Have they actually forced it out? I don't know. Has somebody touched the cart recently enough? They have not. Didn't think so. Not quite a full hold, but they didn't make it too far past point A. Shanghai Dragons with Lip coming alive, looking scary on that defense.
I think I really have to look at Fixer there. I had the opportunity to touch the payload, did not do so. Trying his best to pocket Fury, who got solo grabbed just slightly off the payload. So, like you sort of mentioned there, no one touched the payload in recent times. No OT triggered there. Difficult to say what would have happened because, I mean, Fury could have still actually have died in that position, but Lip is a talking point for now. He had a very, very slow start to begin with, wasn't showing a lot of presence. MN3 wasn't getting a ton of kills, but he was certainly putting some damage on the board, had that one final blow. At the end of the first half of Kilios, Lip is sitting on 7 final blows, 1 death. MN3 is on 3 final blows, 7 deaths.
Yep. Lip very much putting up numbers. And I mean, we knew that this was going to be a fairly tough matchup here for MN3 stepping in, coming in over top of Carpe. And when you're going up against Lip, it's just so terrifying. I mean, look at these shots. The quick grapple mid-air just to go ahead and really fully punish that res. Beautiful shots from him.
To me, the big difference between this map for Fusion and the previous one, aside from the obvious with the substitutions here, Fury coming in for Bellasaria, MN3 for Carpe, I'm not saying that having those players would make the biggest difference here. To me, it's a tempo difference, right? You look at New Queen Street, Bellasaria on the Winston, and just a general dive composition for the side of Fusion was so strong it put Shanghai on the back foot in terms of tempo the whole time. Here, playing a more slow, Zarya-based composition, you're playing into kind of Void's territory here now. Void wasn't able to have his game on New Queen Street. Now he can, because it's Zarya versus Zarya.
All right, well, Zest again putting up some solid numbers here for the side of the Fusion. Lee Jae-gon gonna get picked off right at the start. Good early kill to find as he fishes out for a little bit more, tries to get that duplicate up.
See if defending for MN3 helps out his sort of KD and stats any bit. Zest really testing Lip's aim there, lands the body shot, the bubble coming in late as well. I mean, Fury really kind of testing his own timing. Could have been Zest punished, and that would have been a massive push for Shanghai. The confidence shown by Lip now. He knows he's got the better of MN3 on that defense, and he wants to push MN3 off the line, and he will do so.
All right, well, already good amount of distance picked up here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons as the bridge is just conceded by the Fusion. They'll look to try to play around the corner. 7-3 set back, has a bit of covering fire here. Trying to stay safe, can't get those shots in to flood it, but does manage. Actually follow up as soon as we snap off his cam and get Lip. So good kill found, and that's going to give a lot more position back over to the side of the Fusion. They have a lot more breathing room here.
And you can see just the shift in tempo as soon as one of the kills comes through. When the one Widowmaker gets the other one, Fusion finally feel the confidence to walk on up. They want to try and pressure Void out. And if one of the Zaryas dies, it's a huge difference maker. Unlike our last map, both the Zaryas are going to have high energy. And if one of them goes down, and that is going to be a pretty huge reset. It's being a reset, so they're back into action now. Looking for MN3 on the other end, but at the same time, they also want to pressure down those Echoes.
Spotted him. Knows where the enemy Widow at least was playing as the pings do come out, giving him more detailed information. For his moment there to try to find that kill, you could hear that one just kind of gliding past Lip as he's looking for the connection. Can't quite find it though. A lot of space now going to be bought up as Flutter's diving into the back line. The Nano goes out onto him. He does take a huge chunk of damage. Looks like he will be sustained. Grab comes in. Kill's going to be found here as the tanks look to fall on either side. Looks like they will actually stay alive. As Zest and MN3 just break down the support lineup on the side of the Dragons. So space could be bought yet again. And they can look to continue this hold for a good little while.
A good defense by Fusion. They receive the pressure from Flitter. They absorb it. They're okay for the most part. Trays come on through. Both the Zaryas dropping grabs. At the end of the day, Zest is the kingmaker here. He'll be the one dropping down the frags. And right now, he's putting the crown on his own head. He's been definitely, I think, outpacing Flitter for the most part. But a lot of that was due to the fact that he was being pocketed by Fixer on the attack with the Mercy. Now, both the Echoes are Mercy-less. And the duplicates are coming online as well. Flitter's 5% off.
Back up against the cart. Could be duplicate. We'll see what happens and who's going to be able to come out on top. It's just going to be exchanged, yeah, as both of them pop the Infrasight. Looking for targets, but everybody has to play so patiently and so cautiously here in this moment.
This is good for Fusion because neither team really want to walk in. Lip just doesn't want to give him in 3 free sites to work with, but neither team's really going to be too much with that, which means time goes down. Duplicate comes on through. Double Zarya's online for both sides.
Yeah, for both sides, the rally's rolling there from the side of Fixa as well. Helps keep everybody alive. There's a nice double anti that connected from Izayaki, but they can't manage to find any kills because of that armor coming in from the rally. Smart. No one really going to be taken down. It's just Flutter who loses out on the duplicate, but as I say, that Izayaki will be felled. Zest follows up with the sticky bombs, takes out Void. Lee Jae-gon will get the whip kill, but it's too little too late. And yeah, the time is dwindling. They need to get this point, otherwise it's just going to be a full hold coming through from the side of the Fusion. Lip gets picked off here in the back end, and they are running out of time. People are now swapping over to desperate picks like the Doomfist here just to be able to touch the cart.
Yeah, they've completely stopped the compositions. Lip needs to probably stop here as well. And slipped, pushed away. Void cannot touch it. It's a 2-0 Kilios to the Philadelphia Fusion. What are we seeing?
Unbelievable defenses from both of these teams, but Fusion's just a bit better. They stopped them. The picks come in at the perfect time. There's no time left in the bank. They can't get the touch with the Doom with the Lucio. So despite Lip's best efforts, as we look at the on our screen, the play of the match, it is not going to result in a win. A 2-0 start here for the side of the Fusion as the Shanghai Dragons are staring down the barrel of a needed reverse sweep in their first series of the 2022 season. This script, whoever wrote it, it wasn't me, I love them for it because this is exciting as hell. We'll see if Fusion can go ahead and close it out on King's Row, or if the Shanghai Dragons can stabilize and bounce back, put a win on the board, and extend this series. We're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we will have King's Row for you, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back and in one of the strangest timelines that we could have imagined. Starting off the season here so far, Philadelphia Fusion 2-0 lead over the Shanghai Dragons. They are looking absolutely stellar so far into this series. It looked like it should have been a 1-1 after that first half of the Circuit Royale, but no, Fusion just as strong, a little bit stronger of a defense there. Managed to hold them, denying them access to even point A. Now it's a reverse sweep that the Shanghai Dragons need to pull off if they want to get their first match win here, Avril.
It's a crazy thing to even consider. Maybe this is just Fusion coming in with the same momentum they ended last year with. I'm not talking about the sort of playoffs run, but the fact that they did 3-0 Shanghai in the Countdown Cup. That was the last time these two teams had actually played. But at the same time, you know, Fusion has to give a bit of hope, a bit of hopium to their fans. You know, we got to lead 2-0, and then, you know, if Shanghai reverse sweeps, it'll be the most Fusion thing ever. It'll be the full Fusion experience. But at the same time, what if, Seth? What if Fusion actually win here? Because Shanghai don't look as strong as we remember. They look like they're still figuring things out. Definitely map 1 was super shaky. I think map 2 was a much closer game, but man, Shanghai on map 1 did not look good. Now they have to try and bring it together with Who Are You, their bench player coming in to replace Flitter, probably on the Genji. They're finally going to be showing us a little bit of Genji, but Void is still in. They don't want to be playing Winston today at all.
Yeah, it would certainly seem that way. So likely just going to be seeing more of the Zarya here from Void. Maybe he'll shake it up a bit. We'll have to just wait and see, but I am excited to see Who Are You. I mean, this is a guy whose name echoes through the annals of history in Overwatch Esports. He's been around the scenes for a very, very long time. We haven't gotten to see too much of him as of late, so I, for one, is a...
And he's an Overwatch League champion.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this. Technically correct. But, yeah, let's see how this looks and if he is going to be piloting that Genji, which we do anticipate. As the clock ticks down, we'll start seeing the teams assemble their compositions, and I mean, what else would it be? We see him right now on that, and okay, early days, obviously they're playing attack first, so have plenty of time to swap it up, but I'm seeing a Sojourn, I'm seeing a Doomfist. What do you think? Is this going to make it through, or is this going to get swapped in the next 30 seconds?
So, well, it's possible that Void is the Doom player. I haven't ruled that out completely. I actually don't know who the Doom player on this team is. Is it going to be Sojourn? I would think probably not, because both Widowmaker and Soldier are much better on the specific patch that they are playing on. The only issue here is that, yes, we do expect it to be Genji. However, Genji doesn't have a great matchup into the Echo, and Zest has been pounding on the Echo, so I don't know if the Genji is going to be enough here. It might have been better to put Flitter still in the roster and not sub him out, but at this point, Shanghai need options, they need an answer, they need something to work through, and they believe Who Are You is that key to victory.
Alright, well, Lip not going to be matching the Ashe, takes that little pop shot at the beginning with the Widowmaker, swaps it back over to Soldier 76, just looking to be able to run down on the ground here alongside Void. Lige gone profit from that move speed, and he's already going to find a nice little kill. Zest goes down, but Who Are You will also get picked. Low HP. Two members on the side of Fusion, though. His fix-it was antied out. Does manage to stay alive at least for a little bit longer, but as I make the call, Void will finish him off. Considerable amount of space going to be opened up here as they get in on top of the Ashe as well, and that should basically be point A, or at least a couple ticks.
I mean, I'm not liking the Ashe here at all, unfortunately. Very much not meta at the moment. Ashe also requires a lot of pocketing. MN3 sees the writing on the wall, says, sorry guys, I trolled that pick. Not playing that hero again. Definitely go towards the Soldier. Again, still probably the best hero on this specific patch for the Overwatch League. Very close fight to begin with, but at the end of the day, Lip has the strong hero. MN3 did not. Lip is way ahead in Visor now. Who Are You doesn't really have much charge to work through on his own ultimate towards the blade, so we'll see what happens in a few short moments when he does have a blade.
See how long it takes for him to build that up. Nearly shut down. Definitely not lending to him being able to have that. But knowing Who Are You, he should be able to get it rather quickly. He's going to play up here into the high ground. Sends the sticky bombs right back onto Zest. Nearly gets the kill, but do not manage to find it quite yet. Zest now going to be in a bit of an awkward position, and he's out, has to rotate back around to join in with the rest of the team. As Who Are You is just fearlessly charging forward. He says, yeah, just keep pumping heals into me. Everything will be fine. That's going to be the nano out, though, onto MN3. Helps find one.
Healing.
Narrowly stays alive there. Yeah, throws down the healing field as well, just for a little bit of extra juice. It works out. They come up with 2 kills, and that's the cart controlled for now by Fusion.
I mean, every single time you see these kind of dry nanos come on through, the soldiers are running to the front line, they're running ahead of their tanks even. He's trying to duel, he's trying to duel Void on the other end. Meanwhile, the rest of Shanghai are aiming and looking at him, and he barely survives. Now it's Lip's turn to do something. He's got the visor out, he's got a double kill.
He does, but MN3 comes up with a double himself. The Helix Rockets find Lip and Lee Jae gone just like that. Everything is equalized. It's a DPS for a support. Shanghai, though, they do occupy the cart for now. Ziyaki falling low, has that.
Oh, no.
MN3, I don't know about this one, buddy. Gets antied immediately and gets cut down to size by Who Are You. He followed up for a second kill. It does fall to Fury, but Fury falls to Void, and now there's a good amount of space here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons to make their way towards point B.
Yeah, that's ill-advised visor timing there. I could see the hero play kind of vision in his mind, like, oh, I could do this and just kind of win, but Izuyaki shuts it down. No chance to stay alive there after you eat the ante. A second point cap, not quite imminent just yet, but I mean, we're looking towards grab, we're looking towards Dragonblade. This one should be in the books. Even if Shanghai have to spend 3 ultimates for it, they should be at the cap.
Could just be an El Clasico grab blade combination here. Here's who Zest is going to look for as well on the duplicate. It is going to be Void, so copies Azaria, fix it out, immediately killed off. Lip with some nice headshots. They just melt through that brigade up. And Zest is not finding too much purchase with this duplicate at all. Only 47% built up towards the grab, so does not find it. So continue to contest the cart, just 0.36 meters away, but there's going to be sound barrier out of Lee Jae gone. Now the blade's going to be pulled by Who Are You. Already found 1 kill. He's looking for another. Gets the slice through onto Aim God, finishes him off. And the cleanup will be there. Fixa, the only one rotating back over towards the spawn to try to stay alive as the cap comes in.
I mean, respect to Dragons, they're actually, for the timing, they could have just spent all 3 ultimates in one go, but they wanted to wait for Zest to run out of duplicate forms so they don't have to deal with the second Zarya. Then they can pull the blade with the sound barrier. They lose a play, but they have the ultimates to swing on through. 4 minutes still for C. It's a lot of time to work through. This should be a pretty tasty time bank if all things continue the way it has been. Nano Visor online now, and it will be online for both teams in just a short while.
Yeah. 3 trying to get his, but it's going to be the Dragons who strike first. Zest down underneath the map. He's got nowhere to go. Looking for him. They're trying to see if he makes his way back out. Does actually manage to survive. Wow, unbelievable. Does stay into the fight, but still has to try to reconnect with the rest of the team. MN3 in the meantime is going to be popping his visor. Going to find some kills, and they will get Who Are You at the end. He dashes across trying to get that elimination. Can't make it happen. The Jagon only going to find Zest. It's the only little takeaway here for the Dragons is they have to reset.
I mean, great play by Fusion in terms of Fury and Zest staying alive there. I believe what Zest did was he floated into the pit, but he didn't use his fly. Saved that to get out, so that's, I think, the line of play that ends up happening, obviously, with the bubble as well from Fury to keep him alive. So huge stuff there to make sure that Lip basically spends his entire nanovisor on one target that he can't kill.
Yeah, now MN3, after using that tag visor, swapping over to the Widowmakers, going to just get those instant kills across. Push some significant damage through.
That was huge.
Who Are You?
Woo!
Dashing forward, quick scope in, gets his Izuyaki. Falls a little bit low, but just jumps away, keeps himself safe, and now Lip is completely pinned in the corner. MN3 will get the kill at the end. Nice little swap from him. I mean, Carpe-esque. I think back to 2020. Carpe swapping over on Nepal with the Widowmaker, and it's coming up clutch.
In many ways, I look at MN3 as like the young Carpe, right? He's the rookie Carpe, very similar hero pool, good on all the same types of heroes. Widowmaker's his signature here. Obviously, he destroyed Who Are You. I believe it was a headshot as Who Are You diving on in. They just SMGs him down, looking for more damage now, and he's finding it for sure.
Goes up top, there's going to be the grab coming through. They lock in Void. It's an easy headshot here for MN3. Continues to look for a little bit more. 2 minutes now remaining. Time bank drained down by half as MN3 is unleashed. What a beautiful shot there on the Lee Jae gone, and Shanghai Dragons, they need to reset now. This is just time being wasted. Look, where are you going, my friend? It's completely surrounded.
What's going on
MN3
here?
just domes him from above.
It's gone all wrong for Shanghai. I mean, it's about 1:45. They have the ultimates online. They can definitely do a lot here. It will be a nano visor, but they have to get past MN3, who's just freshly swapped onto a Widowmaker. They wasn't feeling the soldier, was basically trolling on the Ash, but now that he's on this here, he's dominating.
No one can hide from my
some
sight.
unbelievable shots. And now they've got the infra sight. That's just going to be even more time bought here. With just 1:24 remaining, the Shanghai Dragons, it's now very much in question whether or not they're going to be able to finish this map. They almost have 5 ults online versus 3 on the side of Fusion, so they can potentially just really ham-fist their way through to the finish line here, but we'll see. Who Are You? Great opening pick, dashes through, gets the pick up here onto MN3.
Nearly 5 ults now. It's going to be Zest pulling the trigger first, gets the duplicate deleted instantly. This huge advantage here. Zest is down for the time being. AimGod still has a Nano to play through, needs to use it.
Yep, Nano Blade is out where he was looking for a target, but they're just playing ring around the rosy here with the pillar. Doesn't get too much through, but they do occupy enough space. They open it up, and the Fusion do not recontest the cart, so it glides through with 48 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say technically not a C9 here. I mean, Achilles, you and I, we are the arbiters and the, you know, the two senior sergeants of the C9 police here. I'm going to say that one's not quite a C9 because Lip came in, Visored, killed everybody, no one could touch anyway. It is what it is. MN3 eventually got a lot more pressure put on him. You can see that Who Are You on that Genji was very much trying to dive down into MN3 most times. He was previously as well, but he kind of got owned and shut down that one time he tried. But since then, things did improve as we get through with all the ultimates. Big play there, killing Zest, deleting the duplicate form, having that 5v4 to work with, and then walking forward with the visor. That was what got Shanghai that cap, but 48 seconds. They had, what, over 4 minutes walking on to C? Only 48 seconds remaining for the cap, and so much of that was MN3 slowing them the heck down.
Yeah. Really great effort from him. Obviously, can at least open with the Widowmaker here for that potential early shot. We'll see if he sticks through with it. Wouldn't blame him if he does. Point A is very much a bit of a playground for Widowmakers here on the attack, so could just ride it out. Otherwise, maybe we just see the swap over to the Soldier 76, match Lip.
5, 4, 3.
See if he finds anything here, though, in this moment.
He might stay, actually.
Open up. Well, they've confirmed that he is on that. And okay, it's not what I was anticipating at all. He's going to go for Hangzhou.
I don't know if I think this is going to be a good matchup at all. He doesn't have, I think, really a positive matchup versus anybody here. Certainly he isn't going to be pressuring Zest too much. Sorry, Zest is on his own team. Who Are You, I think, too much. So, he probably, well, he will be pressuring Zest because Zest is probably have to pull double weight here a little bit if the Hangzhou doesn't do it all.
Void playing forward. He's in danger here. The bubbles come out, uses both of them. Does manage to stay alive as that ante comes out. Izayaki is boosting up the healing. Push through the hotel. MN3 just fishing for any kind of stray shot that he can get across. Finds a little bit of damage as Fusion do make their way to the point. They start ticking their way up. See how long we can occupy this spot, though. No kills coming through yet. Just a lot of chip damage back and forth. Push to the corner, and the timing is perfect. Catches two with the Bionade. MN3 gets the headshot through. Will be traded back, though. Izayaki with a Bionade of his own comes up massively, and Who Are You? Looks like he deflects the sticky bomb back into MN3 and Aim God.
Massive. I mean, that's the kind of Genji level. That's the kind of, like, high-tier Genji gameplay that Who Are You is known for. Puts on a full display here. Good recovery by Shanghai Dragons after losing Void. Sort of questioning what MN3 was going to do with his Hangzhou. The answer is put the damage onto Void so that Fury can maybe get a better matchup himself. And instantly Who Are You responds. So, brilliant stuff there. Showing the value of the Genji. Nano's online now as the first ultimate of this half for Izayaki. No ultimates online just yet for the Fusion, but Fury is far ahead of him.
Alright, well, there's the Nano out on a Who Are You. Lip falling low, but doesn't matter. Stays alive, and they get the DPS first and foremost. The rest of the cleanup looks relatively easy here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, and Fusion, they don't even get that first tick. They get so close to it, they haven't managed to lock it in. Now it's less than 2 minutes remaining for this first point attack.
Yep.
Ults are still a little ways away. They will not have that grab dragon combo up for a little bit longer unless MN3 can get some shots through.
I don't even think you're going to catch a lot in the grab dragon either. Again, you know, in these type of compositions, Void shouldn't be stacking too hard with anybody else on his team. So likely you're going to get a solo or double grab at best. This is a potential kill here though. Maybe, no.
Ryu goes for the blade. They've got the attack visor out as well. Lip will claim 2. MN3, yeah, sure, he gets that kill. He ends up falling as it's just going to be another team kill coming through for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Now 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining as Lip is thinking about going on a little bit of a flank angle, but looks like the call will come through for him to join in.
They've actually, that was the first time they spent 2 ultimates on a fight when Shanghai have been very, very frugal with how they're playing their ultimate so far. Just 1 ult for 1 fight. Previously it was Izayaki and the Nano only. Here it's a Visor and a Blade. That's giving some opportunity now for Fusion to bank up their own ultimate. So if not now, then it won't be happening at all. They just have about 5 ultimates online. Lijigon doesn't quite have a sound barrier, and now is the time to strike Fusion.
Dink Connects there onto Void. There's the grab. There's the Dragon. Anti in on top of Void. He tries to cleanse it off with the bubble. Stays alive a little bit longer, but ends up falling all the same. Who are you? Will claim one. That's the sound barrier out, though, from Lee J. Gone. Everybody shielded up as they look for additional kills. The rally has to be used by Fixit just to try to keep them in the fight. 1.5 ticks just about picked up as M3 finds a nice kill. Lip is going to be eliminated, but Void is going to be on his way back, and he's going to have this Graviton Surge here pretty darn soon ready to roll. Let's see if he can even get into a position to use it. It seems like no. They will just have to concede this. He'll fall back, and the point will be capped. So, not done yet. 2 minutes and 45 seconds here for the Fusion as they get the cap on A, but how far can they take this card?
Fusion using 3 out of 5 ultimates there. I don't think Fusion were at too much risk of losing that point. You know, if they were pressured, they would spend more ultimates, then play the fight further. They target Void first. Like I said, Lee Jigon was slightly off the sound barrier, so the Grab Dragon combo solo on the Void is the expected kill there, but you know, in 6v6 I think that probably wouldn't have been high value, but in 5v5 that's your only tank gone, so pretty damn high value. Void can't use his grab, that swings the fight pretty heavily. M3 going towards the Cassidy now, which is a very interesting pick. We'll see how that one fares for him.
Fireman's out, Bubbles cleanse, who are you? Even with a nano, getting chunked low, but they will manage to keep him alive, and he comes up with 2 kills. Just and picks up both falling down. Oh, the Cassidy, he just showed up, but he's also going to make an exit. M3 instantly is finished off. Doesn't get to find too much of anything there with that pick, and that is going to be Arch control now here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons.
I mean, I don't know who he would be targeting here. He can shoot people from long range, but that magnetic grenade, it's not a flashbang. There's no stun there. You're not going to stop Who Are You. He's going to get permanently bubbled anyway, so M3 doesn't really have good opportunities to throw the grenade onto anybody because no one's diving him except for Who Are You. So I don't see high value in this Cassie pick at all. I think Soldier still is the expected high value pick if you want to go towards it. And now we've run out of ultimates for the Fusion, so they could get held here. I mean, this is where Shanghai can really set up their Alamo.
Yep. We've got a plethora of ultimates here to work through as well. Magnetic grenade not going to connect. Who Are You takes down Fury first and foremost.
That's a
Anti was pretty decent, but Who Are You is just dashing through everybody. Zest finds nothing with the duplicate. And it's just going to be effectively another team wipe. Imgod trying to make his exit. Seems like he just about will be able to. No! They push him up into the air, and Izayaki from downtown with a Bionade will finish him off.
Yeah,
what a great pursuit.
You can start to see that Fusion running out of ideas now. Zest is going towards the Genji as well. He's saying, okay, well, they're pocketing Genji with the bubbles. We can do that on our team here as well. But you're looking at a situation where Fury should be okay. I don't think he's under too much pressure, just eats a lot of damage. Zest using duplicate on Legicon's Lucio must have been a misclick. That looked like a misfire to me, because you're never really ever going to go for that.
One would think, but here's Who Are You unleashed yet again. Everybody grouped up for him. M3 will manage to get some nice headshots to punish him, make sure that he can't find anything else off the back of the blade, but that's about it. Cart still held here in the same position. And it's 15 seconds remaining. They're looking for M3, and they will find him. Oh, maybe not. Lee J-Con. Lee J-Con does Lee J-Con things. M3, he gets some nice hits, and he does manage to stay alive, and he actually gets Izayaki. The supports are gone. This has just been a massive opening. Have Shanghai Dragons flown too close to the sun?
That was a little bit much. That was a wee tad bit of trolling by Lee Jig on there, running at M3 and dying. Izayaki trying to save his life dies as well. And now Fusion get an OT to play with. Shanghai, they've overstepped. Hang on, guys, you haven't won yet. Save the trolling for afterwards, you know. Just win them that first, then we'll talk about it.
Lip. Look at Lip. He's here in the subway, waiting to go on a flank. The nano is available as well, but Zest has sussed it out. He shuts him down quickly. This is, I know exactly how you think. It's the massive punish. Nano now going to be used on the Who Are You, and he's still so far away from a blade. He's just trying to farm it up, but even with that reduced damage, ends up getting chunked out. Void dead, and just like that, the Fusion have actually broken through. They're going to get this cap on B. They have a second lease on life, and the Shanghai Dragons, it all comes off the back of that pursuit, trying to kill M3.
I mean, but, you know, further risks to be taken as well. Lip wants to go for a flank, spotted up by Zest. They have the ultimates to play through. I mean, Who Are You receives a nano. Lee Check on has sound there. If they play it as 5, maybe Lip just kind of either doesn't get spotted or comes and receives a sound barrier. I can see them playing that properly. At least they burn a lot of ultimates. Fusion get that cap for free. They didn't spend anything. They have 4 ultimates online. None of it spent to cap B.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Void is trying to play in that front line. Nearly has his grab online. Fix is going to be taking a nap for now, but no one can get on top of him. Safe for now. And Lip, he pops the visor. He instantly gets melted down. Oh my goodness. Such an outpouring of damage, and now Void has fallen as well. That's going to get this cart around the final corner. As the cleanup comes in, Lip now in desperation, swapping over to the Widowmaker. We'll see if he can find any heads to click on. 4 ultimates nearly available here for the side of the Fusion. So swap again.
Here comes that rally now. I mean, there's so many ultimates with Fusion because, again, they haven't been forced to use anything. So Nanovice is up next. Deadeye's been popped.
Okay, the Bionade is huge. Gets onto 3, but MN3, he gets the kill onto Lip. Takes him out with the High Noon. Zest slicing and dicing, looking for a little bit more here. Lee Jae-gon now going to fall. Izayaki is taken out, and they have done it. They will make it the push all the way to the end, and we are going into extra innings. A minute versus a minute 41. Oh my goodness, the Fusion had no right winning this, or pushing it this far. The Shanghai Dragons, off the back of one big blunder, allow it to happen.
Yeah. What is the emoji combo again? Troll face, pinching hand is what happened there for the Shanghai Dragons. It's not just the feed that Lee Jae-gon and Izayaki kind of did chasing into spawn. It was primarily Lee Jae-gon there. I don't want to implicate Izayaki too heavily for it. But beyond that as well, how long did it take to get this one sound barrier out? I mean, even if you weren't going to get the chance to use it to defend B, that initial fight on C, the first fight that occurred, that's when the sound barrier should have come up from Lee Jae-gon. You reset as 5, now it's time to go. Full ham, you got all your ultimates ready. At minimum, you need to start forcing Fusion's hand, drain their economy down so that their final fight, they're not just going to have ultimates to work through, but instead, those 4 to 5-ish kind of ultimates that Fusion walked through B for free with, they kept that going until the end of the map. Those are the same ultimates, mostly. They didn't have to spend anything. That's a crime.
Lee Jae-gon just saying hello.
4, 3, 2,
Retreats back, joining with his squad. MN3, at least off the start, looking for a target here with the Widowmaker. Will just go ahead, drop down, and he's going right back over to the Cassidy. Let's see if he can have just as much of an impact here with this reduced time bank. Had a very rough go of it last time, just trying to get a cap, so let's see what they can manage.
All right, I mean, 1 minute. Realistically, if they get any sort of distance on A, if they cap A, actually, that's huge because it's 1 minute versus 141. A cap on A actually might seal the deal for the 3-0. Zest wants to go over towards Lip, but not going to get too much done in that first initial bubble. Who are you kind of low, though?
Yeah, low. Forced to use the deflect. Puts that on cooldown. So he is steadily going to get topped back up here. Fusion start making their way onto the point. Lip so low. Takes the sprint. Rotates down to the low ground here with the rest of his squad. Does get topped up. Void now, the one who's being focused on pressure. The first hit comes in for the side of the Fusion. Still with 6 seconds remaining. They can just continue to play the point. Void falling low just around the corner. Who are you is going to get picked? MN3 finds the opening kill, and the cap is coming in. They need to contest this right now, but they just have nobody able to do it. Void will push forward, looking for the reset. And it's just a matter of time. Fusion will get the card out, but can they stay glued to it is the question.
I mean, this is disastrous for Shanghai Dragons because, you know, this map could have already been over. We would have gone to map 4 by now. But we're looking at a situation where they failed to defend A point. It's a one attempt, a very slow one attempt. MN3 offers a checkbook onto Huayu. But more importantly than that, Zest chasing Lip down on those upper battlements forces the high ground control away. So Lip's got no angles to play through. Void's under pressure here as well. I mean, 91% for Fury, he's going to have the first grab. There's no defense so far for the side of Shanghai Dragons. No beat to play with. They have to probably nano Void if he gets caught in the grab. Or maybe they'll just nano Lip and Who Are You and just make a dry play now.
Lip just going to be playing here onto the high ground. Tac Visor still going to be 15% away. Waits out the bubble from Fury. Is the grab now going to be invested? Locks them all up, and MN3 comes rolling into the station. 2 quick headshots. They get the kills. This cart, it is not done moving yet, it would seem. They pound through the Shanghai Dragons. Don't really suffer any losses other than fixing the cart now. Moving forward, is this the miracle run? Can they take it all the way to the end?
They don't have to.
On their side right now.
This is already too far. This is already far too much distance for the Shanghai Dragons to deal with on their own attack with 141. It'll be incredibly difficult for them to get even this far. So, yeah, the damage could have already been done. There still is this grab to play through. Void needs to find it. Fury got a huge grab, catching both supports. Void will be lucky to get anything similar.
Rally almost up, picks up, puts the shield up, keeps himself protected. That's going to give him the rally now. He's going to pop it instantly. Here comes the attack flies around the flank, but they immediately dive in. Zest looking for the kill, and he's going to find it. Lip eliminated. Doesn't find any value from the ult yet again. MN3 with the Deadeye comes up with 2. Both supports are out of the fight. Void goes down. Who are you the last one standing? But he will fall, and point B is locked in. The Fusion are not yielding. They use everything that they have in the fight, but like we've been saying, this is already far too much distance for the Dragons to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Dragons are desperate. They're trying to do anything. Lip gets another visor shut down, goes back over towards the soldier. Has got nothing to work through. We're still waiting for the same blade, the same grab that Void of War Youth have had since B. They need to get something off this. That's going to be 1 kill. Brilliant start for the Shanghai Dragons. Can they convert further? They need to.
Okay, Grab is invested. The kills will come in. It seems like this should just be the end. Who are you? Ends it with a Dragon Blade. They finally stopped this cart momentum right here on the inside of point C, but good lord, who would have thought the Fusion would be able to make it this far with just a minute to begin with? Now, with a 41-second advantage, the Shanghai Dragons need to do the unthinkable as well. They need to push this so very far, or the series is done.
I think that at this rate, I mean, look, if they could take a tag pause, they would. That was the game for it. Shanghai Dragons, 141 to get 2 points here. They would need the most incredible sort of tempo pacing to outpace Fusion entirely, to snowball off their ultimates. Basically everything the Fusion just did to them. Let's talk about that Fury Graviton Surge again. Just catches, I think, 3 people in a sort of meta where usually you can't really catch that many in grabs, and well, they confirm the damage because MN3 rolls in double headshots on his Cassidy. It's done and dusted, and somehow, I think because, you know, Shanghai just lacked the ability to engage, MN3 sitting there close to medium range with his Cassidy, actually doing significant damage. He's actually gone back over towards Ashe now. I was definitely criticizing this a little bit earlier on when they originally were playing an Ashe on this A defense. Didn't go well. I think Ashe gets pushed away far too easily, needs Pocking to succeed, and generally just isn't as good as a Soldier or a Widow. He's going to try that again. If there's anything that Shanghai can capitalize off, it might be to get MN3 off of this Ashe again, push him out of the point, get that 5v4.
Well, he's going to see if it can work the second time around. Just repositioning. Lip just right back over onto the Soldier 76. A little bit of dynamite out. Nice little headshot there across. Already a third of the way to having that Bob online. Feels like a significantly better start, but as I say that, MN3 is going to fall. Lee Jae-gon gets on top of this as well. And that might just be the point broken, open, and capped. We'll have a good amount of time to work with here as well before we roll into OT as they just pursue deep. Who are you? Farming up. Trying to get as much of a Dragon Blade as he possibly can get.
Yeah, it's important for them to chase here, not just for the ult charge, but to make sure there's no chance to regroup for the side of the Fusion, so they can't actually go for a last-minute contest. Like I said, the Ashe wasn't going to have a lot of value. It's twice in a row now that MN3 has just played that, swapped off instantly, doesn't do a lot at all. It's a poor meta read. That's going to be something the Fusion coaches need to address after this game. Don't go back to Ashe. It seriously ain't it. And that's giving Shanghai Dragons the opportunity now, because Shanghai Dragons get a super clean push. They do lose 2, though. That's pretty massive for Zest.
Okay, Lee Jae-gon and Lip playing off of the flank, and Zest just dashes through for 2, gets a third, as who are you? Will be the recipient of some nice little shurikens to the face. There's the team kill in reverse, and they're just playing in the spawn. The card hasn't moved at all. They say, yeah, we'll just sit on top of you. We've got plenty of time now.
This is huge because this is how they can charge up their own ultimates, and timing-wise, Shanghai need it all the time. And how is Zest not been spotted? He even does an emote there as well. Void walks past. Can he even get a flank here? Izuyaki's a freebie for sure.
Oh my god, he somehow manages to make it out alive though. Gets himself back to safety, but the OT is now rolling. They have to stay on the cart the entire time if they want to make this happen. Oh, the deflect into the headshot there onto Izuyaki. Shuts him down. The nano not able to be used. Lee Jae-gon's going to be good for 1. Gets traded up by MN3. It's just a back and forth here.
It's over.
2 members left standing here. Void falling low, will get picked off, and Lip is the only one alive at the moment. The attack visor's available, but he can't use it. He can't get into position. And the Philly Fusion will take down the Shanghai Dragons 3-0.
I'm going to be real with you, Achilleos. In my opening weeks of pick'ems, I did have Shanghai Dragons losing 3-0, but I didn't think it was going to be this game. Usually they lose their second game of their opening season, not the first one. They've been dominated here. I mean, maybe not this map, but the first map for sure. New Queen Street. Simply one way in the favor of Fusion. You look at the second map there as well. It was a lot closer, but still, the fuller hold coming on through from the Fusion. And now, I mean, King's Road probably could have been a nap win for the Shanghai. Could they have bounced back and reverse sweep and won the series? Not too sure about that one, but at least they would have gotten away with one map. But I think Dragons let that one through and slip through their fingers. It's a shame, to be sure.
Well, damn, what a performance here from the side of the Fusion. I mean, going with, multiple substitutions here. We see Carpe at the very beginning, still looks great. Swap out for MN3, a little bit shaky at the start there, but ends up finding his groove and finding an immense amount of impact. Zest as well. This is a terrifying DPS duo that other teams are now going to have to be concerned about playing against. We see Fury come back in, looks just as good. But man, what a performance from these guys. Belos Ria as well in his debut, able to pick up that map when playing Winston. It's just, and I don't think I ever really get to say this, it's a great feeling as a Fusion fan. I'm trying to think the last time that I really got to say that with meaning. But damn, what a start to the season for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I will say, though, this is where you got to temper your expectations. You'll get the win now, but, the full Fusion experience is that, you're going to look great versus the Dragons and then wonder how you lost to the Valiant in a week from now. Like, what's going on, guys? But we'll get to that a week later. For now, you get to bask in your victory.
It's very possible.
I got to say as well, what a brilliant start for the rookies. Let's highlight one of them. Player of the match here is going to be one of our brand new rookies. You'll see him on screen soon. I don't want to spoil him yet, but it is a year of the rookies, isn't it, Seth? Because you look at Shock, they've had a full team, basically, of rookies. Rookies across the board and every single team performing well. Twilight and Chorong, the rookie. Twilight's not the rookie. Chorong, the rookie of Toronto Defiant as well. Look at Finale doing great on that team. I could name more teams, but the point is, I think we've just seen so much brilliant play out of new players. Zest is the player of the match here from the Fusion side of things, and he dominated all three maps. Tracer, Genji, Echo, 3 different pricks, 3 different maps. This play as well, diving beneath the point, the fly comes up just in time. Just everything Zest did was brilliant. I think he actually outplayed Flitter as well, and that's a hard thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely is. I mean, very well deserved here on the player of the match. I think you could also just as easily make a bit of an argument for MN3 off the back of this really strong performance. And it looked like MN3 actually maybe even shedding some tears of happiness there at the very end. But damn, what a performance here from Zest. Really great. We see him swap over the Genji, and he is able to just really keep up and punish who are you at every twist and turn. But the Echo as well, fantastic looking from Zest.
I gotta say as well, because a lot of Fusion fans were super down on this team in the offseason, like, oh my god, every other team's making all these huge pickups and all these massive veteran players. Why are we only getting rookies? You guys need to make a damn apology to Fusion right now, because they're showing up why exactly they got rookies. All these T1 rookies coming through, they're underrated because people were like, oh yeah, Talon and O2 Blast, they're the best Korean contenders teams. Everyone forgot about T1. Well, now you remember T1. Now you know why these guys got picked up and why they're here to stay.
Yeah, incredible performance here from the Fusion. Definitely, I think, a large weight lifted off the shoulders here for the rookies, the organization, everybody involved to be able to get not only the first win, but your first match win against the Shanghai Dragons. Just utterly incredible to see from them. Got to be, feeling like they're on cloud 9 right now, I would think. But good way to kick things off. We're not done yet. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll break down that first series a little bit more. And then we'll get ready to go in for the Valiant versus the Guangzhou Charge. So don't go anywhere, guys. The action continues in just a bit.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Alrighty, welcome back, guys. We're going to go ahead and break it down for our first series that is now concluded here. I think there's a good amount to unpack here, Avril. What are your initial takeaways coming off the back of a 3-0 season starter for the Fusion?
Well, here's some, let me make a couple of excuses for the Shanghai Dragons, because I know they probably won't. They'll be pretty apologetic on their social stuff like that. This is a pretty rough loss for the Shanghai Dragons, where a huge amount of pressure as the defending champion squad, but at the same time, they've had some issues in Shanghai. They've actually relocated from Guangzhou to Shanghai physically. They were actually in Guangzhou last year, even though they're Shanghai Dragons. My point is, they've had some issues logistically to work through, but at the same time, I don't know if they've had the best read on the meta. They are playing a lot of Zarya. Hanbin from Dallas Fuel said that maybe APAC was going to be playing a decent amount of Zarya. Dallas like to play their Zarya. I still think there's a lot of room for the Winston to be there. In fact, I still think Winston's probably the more important main tank, more tank hero, generally speaking, for this particular meta. Shanghai definitely got outcomped on that first map of near Queen Street. Moving on to some of the other maps, I think Boy got a little bit more confident. You have the Zarya versus Zarya battle, which is a lot better for them. But the Philadelphia Fusion, to me, them getting huge value out of these rookie DPSs who, I think we're always going to be really good, but people were a little bit anxious about how would they actually perform. Carpe is going to get benched out, MN3 comes out, starts off slow, looking like a god as usual. But Lip Soldier got shut down. How many visor sets did we see? I mean, Lip just goes for visor, instantly kind of dies there. Shanghai kind of getting outplayed in times individually. King's Row was a bit of a mess as well. We saw what happened there, where it started to look like they were winning, and then they lose control. We go to a time bank. And, Fusion just camp all the way there. To me, Fusion mostly had a slightly better read on the meta. I'm not just talking about the Winston here, but across the board, I think the Echo pick is starting to look really strong, and Zest did a lot with that. The fact that he outplayed Fleta was a delight.
Yeah, he outplayed Fleta, he outplayed Who Are You, swapping over to the Genji as well, so fantastic from him, for the entire team. Our first player of the match here in the APAC region in 2022 goes to this rookie who looks utterly fantastic. So that's going to be a fantastic feeling for them. But it just feels odd. It seems like, it feels like off the back of that, the Shanghai Dragons just weren't able to maintain form throughout the series. They had those moments of brilliance where it looked like they were really dominant. You think back to Circuit Royale, they're like, oh yeah, there's no way. Like, they have this really strong defense, and then they just kind of crush it after that. But then they just end up dropping it. It feels like they are also now starting to drop their spaghetti, and the Fusion have discovered the 5-second rule, Avril. They're saying, oh, you know what? We can actually pick that spaghetti up off the floor. It's still good.
And you know
they
what?
grab it again, they continue to consume it.
And this is giving me conflicted feelings, because eventually we're going to have Philly versus Seoul again. My favorite matchup and rivalry in the APAC region, and that used to be the Spaghetti Bowl. It will again, but now it's like, it's a different... Now they just all have spaghetti on plates, so both teams just got to be really good. Like, I don't know what to think anymore, but I love to see Fusion doing well. I think the Fusion fans love that as well.
Yeah, well, all right. It is now time to move on to our second series of the evening, so we will have another little quick break. But then when we come back, we're going to be getting ready to take a look at the LA Valiant as well as the Guangzhou Charge, duking it out. You and I have cast a hell of a lot of Valiant, and we're going to continue it here with the first day of the season. Avril, we're going straight back into it. So guys, don't go anywhere. Series 2 is coming up in just a few. Alrighty, welcome back, guys. It's time to jump into our second series of the evening. And oh boy, here we go. Strap yourselves in, because it's going to be the Guangzhou Charge going up against the LA Valiant. And I, for one, cannot wait to see what is going to happen. We've already had a massive surprise in our first series with Fusion taking down the Shanghai Dragons 3-0. Now, what do we got on the plate here going into map 2? What are you kind of what are you expecting, I think, here, Avril, going into this series?
Oh my goodness. This is like maybe the first time I'm truly excited to cast and watch an LA Valiant game, because last year, like you said, we probably did, I counted, we did the most LA Valiant games, and I'm going to claim this, as the analyst in this duo as well. I think right now at this stage, I'm like the world's foremost expert on the LA Valiant, and again, by the way, that's going to happen because we have, 14 out of 24 of the Valiant matches this year is going to be handled by us, so we're going to be Valiant experts through and through.
Yep.
But their squad is actually kind of boggers this time around. Like, really cool. Noah Hill leading the charge as the head coach, and if you don't know Noah Hill, he is infamous. He is probably one of the most, winningest Tier 2 coaches that we had in recent history. He's part of that Team CC super team that had Dia in it, that a bunch of the Valiant roster has been built around. They have the CC core of players coming on through, and that's a really exciting thing. You have Sashin coming back as well after taking a big-ass hiatus from the Hangzhou Spark. Don't know what happened there, but he's back in action now. Becky, who comes in from Contenders. Lengsa, who just had a winning record on Team Chaser. Coldus, who just came in from the Hangzhou Spark. So it's a bit of a mishmash of a roster. Funny enough, the Valiant also have 5 DPS players, so they're not hurting in that regard.
Yeah, they've got a hell of a lot of firepower that they can utilize at any given time. We'll see what swaps may be made throughout this series right here. But that's the Valiant out of the way and introduced. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Guangzhou Charge. And there they are. I love that we can always kind of rely on the Guangzhou Charge to put up some nice hype videos for us, introduce the roster. I love that they have that, and they continue to do that year over year. But here's the starting 5 for the Guangzhou Charge. You got Development Choice A1 there in the DPS positions. Rio coming out as a tank, Unique and Faraway. Most recent pickup for the squad there in support.
Absolutely, and yeah, you probably have heard the whole Chengdu storyline where their team roster size got cut down significantly, just down to the minimum of 6 now. So one of the casualties of that was Faraway, who's found himself on a new team here with the Charge, and he's actually playing instead of Molly. So I wonder what the meta read here is. Is he going to be the Zenyatta, or is he just going to be playing the Ana, which is Molly's signature pick anyway? Choice F1 playing in the opening game is huge for this team because he was actually out with an injury for most of the preseason. He's actually going to be starting today, so he's ready to go. He's like the star player on the team, right? So very important for the Charge, very important for this specific meta, and Develop newly joining this team from the Shanghai Dragons as well. Excited to finally see him play instead of just riding the bench.
Well, here is our map set going into this series. We were going to start things off with Coliseum. Then we will take a good old look at Route 66, Eichenwald, maybe get to Ilios and New Queen Street if this goes beyond a 3-map set.
So one of the key heroes, I think, for especially push and control maps in this particular meta is going to be the Tracer. Genji, as we know, is a fan favorite pick, or maybe a team favorite pick as well. So far, that along with the Soldier. So Develop Soldier, Choice in 1 Tracer probably will be the line of play unless Choi really wants to go on the Genji, which he's also known for. I think he probably was one of the key Genji plays in the 2021 year, when Genji basically wasn't played at all at Gilios. I mean, Guangzhou were one of the few teams seriously forcing out the Genji, and now Choi gets to play Genji in an actual Genji meta. Sashin, as we know, is a Zarya player. That's his signature hero. He gets to run out with that straight away on Coliseum.
All right, well, out the gates here we go. A bit more Genji action. Becky going to be looking to show that the Reaper can, in fact, work. And that flat out was just a fluke in that first map of the last series. Everybody going to be meeting in the middle, though. Let's see who is going to be able to draw first blood.
Not actually even really go for the push bot just yet. You can see Charge's strategy is to take the sort of fountain area first, make sure they have the flank control. Becky frontlining again. To get value out of this Reaper, you need to be punishing that Rio Winston. Early Baronet from Coldest catches double. That's going to force Charge back.
All right, well, bot unlocked, able to move. Push is going to begin here. It's Valiant. First one's onto it. So working it forward here. Dive into the back. Rio looking for a kill. It's perfectly timed by Choice A1. They get straight in on top of Coldest. Anti is out onto Sashin as well. We'll be able to clean up a couple kills here, trying to wrest control away from the side of the Valiant. Dia has managed to pick up 2 kills, however. Both DPS now falling on the side of the Charge, and he's going to get a 3rd. Unique is dead. Dia is just taking over the lobby right now. Nano slept, but seems like he's relatively safe. No one getting in on top of him. He'll make his exit. In the meantime, Becky's killed off Faraway.
I mean, Dia's like basically 1vx that situation. Welcome back to the Overwatch League, by the way, Dia. Last seen
Indeed.
on the Shanghai Dragons in what year was it? 2019, I think was his last season. Didn't even really get to play. I think the one map that he played one map where he drew, but as otherwise, you know, hasn't had the best record ever in the Overwatch League. Even though Shanghai came back with a big year, Dia wasn't really part of it. Now he gets to have his time in the Overwatch League, and he starts out beautifully with a 3K.
Develop, flanking around the back, trying to put some damage there into Sasha. Now the Nano gonna come through. He's looking for a kill, but gets slept, woken up quickly, but is quickly put to bed yet again as Becky finishes him off with that nice little Death Blossom. Sewan able to find Dia. That's about it here so far from the side of the Guangzhou Charge. They're looking like they're on struggle street.
They're getting towards ultimates though, importantly, so they'll have the first Death Blossom come on through successfully for the LA Valiant. Now that's out of the picture. We'll look towards the other ultimates online that are coming online, I should rather say, for the Charge, and they want to get in because Sashin's on 1 HP. My goodness, he barely survives, but they lose all the space.
Keep topped up here for the time being. Continued harassment coming out as it gets chunked in between these bubble timings. Massive ult farm coming up though. The side of the Guangzhou Charge, Unique 20% away from having that sound barrier, and there's Dia getting unleashed, instantly finds Unique and Develop. Will finally be slept, but it is far too late from far away. Look to get the finishing blow here, but cannot make it happen. Dia wakes up, gets the headshots through. It's going to be a lot of distance bought now for the side of the Valiant, who are starting things off with a right foot forward.
I mean, Dia's had 6 final blows now, and both of those 3s came through from 2 back-to-back 3Ks, right? So brilliant stuff from Dia so far, putting the team on his shoulders and having a lot of support there as well. Definitely the star player of this team coming into the brand new season with the LA Valiant. Still yet to see Charge take a good fight here. They have a Blade online, waiting for the Nano. Sasha's nearly got a grab, might even just solo grab Choi, honestly, when he goes in.
So one just fishing for some early damage here, waiting to pull the Blade. Just around the side. But now, occupy the cart. Dia opens things, finds far away before he can use the Nano boost. Now the Blade comes out. Choi Se-won look to try to drag this back into their favor. 2 quick kills for him. Seems like it has worked a treat. Dia, the last one standing, laying it back over with the rest to join in with the rest of the team. The bot finally going to be controlled here by the side of the Guangzhou Charge. How far can they make it though before the recontest comes in? That is the question.
You have to wait for far away as well, and well, like the name says, he is pretty far away at the moment. He did get solo grab by Sasha in the last fight. Good threat assessment by Choice of One to recognize, okay, grab's off the table, they don't have a sound barrier, it's my time to shine, and they'll win a fight off that one. This one's going to have to be I was going to say Nano, right. Probably Rio or Develop with Unique down. They have to reset.
That they do. So only get it pushed 19 meters here compared to the 50. Bot making his way back over. And a bit of an awkward position here, but no, maybe not. Actually do manage to find 2 quick kills. Lynx and Becky both going to be eliminated. Develop trying to just hound down Dia. Doesn't quite manage to make it happen, but Rio off screen will find that kill inevitably. And with that extended team kill, there's the words I'm looking for, team kill coming through, they can finally start pushing yet again.
I gotta say, that's a huge fight win for the Charge because it did not look favored for them. It was a 4v5. Unique was taken down, and Dia had high ground control as well. But brilliant pickups from the Guangzhou Charge means they get to maintain payload control. The most important thing here is to not have the push bot reset. Rio's gonna dive in and Develop follows up. Ooh, Becky's all cancelled.
Yeah, point blank kill. It's that kill there onto Becky. Like you said, the Death Blossom going to be completely canceled. Just trying to use it right in on top of his face, and he falls flat for it. Now taking the lead, the Guangzhou Charge. Starting to stretch a little bit further here with 3 minutes remaining left in the map. Choi Se-won finds one. There's a Nano out. Dia dropping to the low ground. Still low on health. He's trying to get this kill on the Unique and finally manages to make it happen, but they've lost 2 members at the same time. So even though he comes up with that kill onto the Lucio, everybody else just falling by the wayside here on the side of the LA Valiant.
I mean, again, just brilliant stuff in terms of pacing there. Rio goes in, Choi follows, Choi and Develop follow up. Develop 1v1s, Becky just completely annihilates him. This will pull one back, but we've seen Charge win a 4v5 before. This one will be a little bit tougher though because high ground control in favor of the Valiant. Here they go. And they just take the payload away. Okay, well, Charge, I think they just completely reset one. Weren't interested at all in the 4v5, and you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, push forward, they get a good amount of distance here. They've got a 24-meter stretch over top of the Valiant. Now they'll look to take the fight to them right here in the center of the map and shut them down. Gold is going to get dropped there. Helix Rockets from Develop looking good as Rio goes bananas with that Primal Rage. They shift them off the high ground, but he has overstepped. Good damage focus comes through from the side of the Valiant. They punish the Monkey. Se-won, though, still as deadly as ever. Finds a pick up onto Sasha, so he's exchange on the tanks. Blade's going to be pulled. He goes in deep, but the swipe is good. Finds Dia, looks for a little bit more. Sets up for the kill there onto Lengza, and Becky will fall. Just like that, the Guangzhou Charge now can get even more distance added onto this.
Yeah, I mean, so they definitely get the payoff for falling back there, regrouping with Farway, get the pushes 5 again, play the Blade, don't even need the Nano there. Choice F1 just farms, and now that we do have the Nano, you can pair that up with this Visor. 85 meters, by the way, is beginning to become insurmountable for the LA Valley, especially because there's no time left.
Alright, Sound Barrier comes down from Lengza just to try to outlast Develop's Pack Visor, but he still gets the damage through. The focus is looking good as they come up with 3 quick kills. Unique finding 2 of them for himself. Farway in the meantime just sitting back on the bot, continues to have this push forward as they yet again find an extended team kill here.
Time is really getting pulled now. I mean, we're looking at 1 minute remaining. You're looking at the fact that 120 meters, you basically can't come back from that. Guangzhou Charge just need to make sure they're not going to throw this. They need to make sure they're not going to make any big mistakes here. Valiant have only got this grab to play through, and it probably isn't going to be enough. Unique can just sound barrier that one as well.
Dia
will just frag. Excuse me, Dia, what?
Okay, he will finally go down, but not before Becky puts another one on top. Farway in his dying breath will finish off the soldier, but they have done still a significant amount of damage here as far as how much they've gotten the push here on this card.
OT about to be triggered. I mean, LA Valley had to win every single fight from here on outwards. They have ultimates to play through, but they can't have anybody die because the respawn reinforcement distance is humongous. To actually get back into the fight if you go down is ridiculous, and no one's on the payload right now, by the way, so they need to make sure they're still touching. Sashin goes back in. We're still waiting for this grab play.
Let's see if the Death Blossom can find anything here. Becky being forced away. Bot starting to shift forward over time. Starting to tick here. Finding some progress, but the Death Blossom is not going to find a damn thing. Rio, though, does get put to bed, and Lengza comes up with a kill. Nanobu's now going to be thrown out here onto the Reapers. He goes charging forward, looking for some targets, but everybody just runs away. He's going to try to TP up into their faces. He's trying desperately to get on top of Unique, and Unique actually kind of delivers himself to death. Does end up falling. The bot now makes it to the next checkpoint, has to take his little smoke break for a second there, and then he'll begin to progress yet again.
Still 2 ultimates to play through here. I mean, LA Valiant, they might actually be a team that could get this OT push done, but I dare say they have to probably still win up to 2 more fights in a row. 120 meters is still 40 away. Here come those ultimates. It's going to be a Nano versus the Visor.
Dive goes through. It is just an absolute cluster right now. Choice A1, though, finding one of the supports to develop falling. Now Dia out of the mix, though. That's going to be the lion's share of their damage on the side of the Valiant. They forced them off the bot for long enough to go ahead and pick up the win. Hard fought, though, very back and forth with Valiant kicking things off nicely, but the Guangzhou Charge managed to wrest control away from them, and they will go ahead and take the first map in this series.
I mean, to really put in perspective how much work Dia was trying to do for the Valiant there, he actually got a deadlift. 12 total eliminations from him out of the entire LA Valiant's 22 eliminations. He got 12 out of 22 there. He actually did put the team on his back. Choi on the other end got 15 out of 33, so Choi nearly got his own deadlift, but Dia 100% deadlifted there. Unfortunately, though, as I said, trying to push an OT is basically, in my opinion, not really possible on push. You kind of can't win an OT. You simply have to win too many fights in a row. The respawn advantage is on the other team. It's working against you. So if you get to the stage where you're OT, you have to push to 120 meters, I mean, try as you might, the map's going to work against you.
Yeah, put a fork in it. Well, it's still a good little, I think, breath of fresh air overall for the side of the Valiant here. Tezande looking like he has plenty to cheer for this season. We'll see if they can answer back, look just as strong as they did at the beginning of this map as we do get ready to move forward into map number 2. That is going to be Route 66. It's coming up in just a few minutes, guys, so don't go anywhere. And we are back. We are just about to go into map number 2 here in our second series of the APAC 2022 season. Lots of twos going on, but it is the Guangzhou Charge who managed to come out with a win to kick things off. That might not surprise necessarily a lot of people if they haven't been paying attention to some of the roster swaps and whatnot, but Valiant, they did put up a pretty good effort there. That early control on push, but got wrested away from them in the end by the Charge.
And I have to go back to, apologies for that, I have to go back to, you got to get one this season. And it happens on day number 1.
There
I have to
it
go back
is.
to one of the good memes coming out from No Hill, again, the head coach of the LA Valiant. Something he said recently where, what was it? He stayed up 12 hours between 5 p.m. and 5 a.m. thinking about a composition. In the 12th hour, he's like, I got it. This is the comp we're going to play. And it ends up just being the Reaper Zarya comp that Dallas ran anyway. So it took him 12 hours to apparently figure that one out. But, I mean, what else is Sashin going to play? The Sashin's like a Zarya play. Of course, I mean, he's their only tank. And this is the kind of wacky thing about the Valiant, right? They have 5 DPSs, but only 1 tank. So something's got to give here. It is a pretty reasonable meta for Sashin to be playing Zarya. I still do value that Winston way higher, especially on a map like Colosseum or New Queen Street in the case of our previous matchup there as well. As we head over towards our next map at Route 66, probably going to be more Zarya. But, you know, Sigma's been played here as well. That's definitely within Sashin's hero pool. DS still being in as important. As a reminder, Deadlifted Colosseum. Another big hit scan map coming up. Widowmaker going to be a big pick here. We know DS Widowmaker is good.
Yeah, excited to see what they do have pieced together for us, though. As we will go ahead and jump into the new nighttime Route 66. A little easier on the eyes, you know?
Dude, and no one's cleaned up that train mess. I mean, it's been there for like a whole day now. You know? And happened
It's been there
noon.
for a good long while.
Yeah, we
How
watched
many
the
years have
cinematic.
passed since Overwatch 1 and 2?
I mean, I guess. I mean, they're still trying to clean up Nimbani Airport, for Christ's sake. So, I
true.
mean, apparently, we'll see. We don't have Nimbani in the beta, so anything could happen. Dia's going to be starting out on the Soldier for the defense, so no opening Widowmaker. Doesn't want to be locked into that pick. It is going to give Develop the opportunity to play the Widow, though, because he'll see the matchup, know that he's got a very positive matchup in the Dia here, put the pressure on. Things will do pretty well for them. Echo coming through from Becky. We've seen a lot more Echo gameplay coming on through, so pretty standard, I would say.
All right, well, we get another look at some Hangzhou for just a brief 2 seconds. Swap over to
Just scouting.
Genji. Develop coming out with the Sombra.
First Sombra of APAC, and it wasn't
Indeed.
lit. It wasn't even lit. So
Yeah, I thought maybe we could have seen it, but yeah, not to be. Develop now going to make his appearance around the back. Bubble comes out from Sasha just to try to keep Dia protected. They do so quite nicely. Develop going to go back into Stealth Hacks this little mini pack for now. Sets up the translocator as the cart is going to be brought around the first corner.
And both teams going with the break here is also no Lucios. They really want to be brawling up front with those Zaryas and proccing those Inspires. I'm not the biggest fan of Sombra in Overwatch 2. I think Sombra is actually not that strong. Everyone from the sort of Overwatch League showcase last year thought, oh, Sombra looks pretty broken. There's a 3-man Byronade, by the way, but it seems like Valiant will survive for now. But Develop's been really kind of slow on the damage so far.
Yep. Not really working his way towards the EMP too rapidly here. The times have changed from when he could get one in, about 17 seconds or so. Sitting around the back, as Becky comes up over the top, looks to the beam there, onto Unique, but it's really nice little whip shot. Keeps him safe, keeps him at distance. Drop down on top of Faraway, though, he is going to melt. Bomb will find the kill. Now out, Troy Sewan trying to survive, will not be able to do so, ends up falling, and it's just going to be a bit of a spiral effect from there. As Valiant will be able to pick up the rest of the team.
Oh my goodness, Vicky with the good hair there. 3 kills, nearly onto the duplicate. Nano's available for Coldest, and that should probably be, I was going to say, nearly a camp for Charge, but ran out of steam towards the end there. Nano was used by Faraway, still looking for the first other ultimate that isn't a Nano boost coming in through. EMP's not even that big. I mean, this isn't Overwatch 1 anymore where EMP will win you a team fight. EMP in Overwatch 2, in my opinion, is very underwhelming.
Yeah. Not nearly as much control and impact as people might be used to. Should I say Juan? Oh, instantly almost getting taken down there. We'll finally have that anti-expire, but as they're focusing on trying to keep Choice Juan alive, Rio gets isolated, picked off. Good focus damage coming through as Becky does get a Primal Rage. Just checking around the back to see if he can spot Develop anywhere here, but Will not find too much else there with that duplicate.
I really do like the Winston copies though, because it's one of the remaining high value copies that you can get, because the Primal still gives you the bonus 500, so you get 800 HP on that Primal. You don't get the full 1200, but it's a lot to work through nonetheless. So 4 ultimates online for Charge now. We need to see this EMP go big, but probably the best way for developers to use this is just kind of solo or duo EMP onto somebody and try and get this assassination kill in Choi. Like this.
There's the EMP, the dive comes in, they get on top of Colas to find the kill. Rally trying to keep everybody else alive as Sashin will go ahead, throw out the gravity, the Grav here, and will not be able to survive that. 2 quick kills coming through as Becky just continues to profit from this control with the sticky bombs, and it's another fairly extended team kill. As it's just 45 seconds now remaining, the Valiant very much can pull off this full hold.
Develop needs to, I think a attacking Widow here would be so huge. You outrange here, you put the pressure into Becky, who's not being pocketed by Mercy, by the way. Develop on a Sombra actually has 0 pressure onto any of those heroes. I mean, that's... EMP was actually kind of large for what EMP is now in Overwatch 2. You get the backline, you deal the damage, you have divers dive on top of them, but the grab from Sasha just counters the entire thing. Now we really need the Nano Blade from Choi to go big, but he's been naded.
Yeah, nade out onto 2 choice. They want just trying to hug the wall there and stay alive. Has to pop the deflect as well. Narrowly does stay in the fight. Nano Blade available. Jump up over the top here. They're looking for Sasha. He's hacked for the moment. Tash comes in. He's still got the bubbles though. Now the blade is going to be well, it didn't take too long, Avril.
It's a Brigida payload moment. It's always the Brigida plays.
It's always the Brigidas. It's always the Brigidas.
Always the Brigida plays, isn't it?
Oh, well.
Would you like a fun fact?
Sure.
I'm going to give it to you anyway, no matter what you were going to say. But here's my fun fact. The Guangzhou Charge, on that entire attack of 4 minutes, only have 1 final blow.
What?
And that 1 final blow was the EMP from Develop, who caught Coldus, and he got landed on. Dia, Becky, Sash, and Langsa all have 0 deaths. Coldus has 1 death, and that was the only player from Valiant that died on that whole defense. That's my fun fact.
So what you're telling me, what I'm going to derive from that information is that the Sombra was the most impactful, because the kill came off the back of the EMP. So the Sombra wasn't the issue in the composition.
True. Hashtag based. Hashtag based.
Good.
I don't know. You have 4 minutes, and you got 1 kill in 4 minutes, guys. What's going on? What's going on?
Oh, God. We, of course, have to replay it. You could see the moment where their hearts broke.
I don't know whose fault that is. Whose fault is that? I actually don't know. Everyone was off the payload.
That was a collective blunder, I think. I was going to say something else, but we'll go with blunder. Anyway, Valiant definitely set up very nicely here to tie things up at 1-1.
Guangzhou's only kill. Rio has their only kill. It's the tank player on the Winston.
Yeah.
Not the DPS, nobody else.
Okay, well, Dia's just going to be swapping it up. Goes over to the Reaper to get a little bit of a scouting report. Becky going to be matching Choice A1 with the Genji. And out we go. Here's another Ashe. Develop going to be looking to see if this can work for him. Dynamite right over the top. Not too much damage to be found there. And for now, Cart going to be moving up relatively for free around this first corner. And that's already about half of the distance that they need to go in order to win this map.
It really is. So 1 good string of good ultimates and that'll be it. Becky's slow but far away is dead. Develop sleeping. I mean, is it already done? Is it over? There's no more supports?
It might be. Develop's going to be woken up now. Choice A1 getting jumped on, tries to make his exit. As does Rio. There's going to be 1 last contest. Unique going to be swapping over to the Lucio here, just to try to be a little bit more slippery. Here we go, the cart rolling up. There's the jump in. They can't push him away, so Rio does have the contest for now, but he can't just dip in and out of that bubble fast enough. Ante was on to him, and that is the clear. And not the way that they probably expected. Valiant will be able to answer back with a map win on Route 66. Just, yeah, record time coming up. They get the full hold. They force the, well, I was going to say they force the C9. They definitely don't force the C9. That just kind of happened. And then they get a relatively easy push to victory. And there we go. Tied up 1-1.
Would you, like a very quick, another fun fact before we go to break. And this one's a follow-on from the previous one. I'll just say it because I don't want to take up too much time. But the good news is the Guangzhou Charge increased the amount of final blows that they had by a factor of 100%. So they went from 1 to 2. And both of them are on Rio. Rio got the only 2 kills of the Guangzhou Charge, the entire map. The whole map.
That's a hell of a deadlift right there from
So
Rio.
basically what I'm saying is, player of the match, Rio, he's deadlift, he has 100% of his team's final blows. That's about as deadlift as you can get.
Well, I've run out of things to say, guys. It's a really wacky, wild world that we live in, but here we are, tied up 1-1. Map 3 is going to be coming up in just a bit. We'll see who's going to be able to take a bit of a stretch lead here as we turn our sights over to Eichenwald. So don't go anywhere. I'm sure the hilarity and the silliness will continue when we come back.
Close your eyes.
And we are back. Oh boy, we had to take a little moment there just to stop from reeling after the events of what we just saw. But hey, the Valiant, they tie the series up 1-1. They have now gotten a map win. Only happened twice last season, so this is already a really good step in the right direction for these guys, who overall are looking really great. Dia with returning to competitive play. Seems like not a day has gone by for him. Continues to put up some solid numbers, and then on the side of the Guangzhou Charge, lots of shenaniganry, I suppose, is the best that we could say.
Yeah, and I think Guangzhou did well on the first map. I mean, you look at Coliseo, Choice at One's Genji was dynamite, but you look at the second map and okay, maybe it is week 1, day 1 jitters, and teams are still quote-unquote figuring things out. I don't know, I think things are a lot more figured out. I've heard some comments like, oh, the meta's not quite solidified. No, that's cap. I think it's fully solidified in my mind. So, there's certain things that are just not good. Sombra is one of them. Sombra is straight pee-pee poo-poo, not a good hero. Do not play Sombra right now. Just don't even go there. EMP, legitimately top 3 worst ultimates in the game. The only 2 ultimates I think are worse than EMP is Meteor Strike, and then the worst ultimate in the game is the Bastion Artillery. That means Infrasight from Widowmaker is more valuable, in my honest opinion. Straight up one of the worst ultimates in the game. It's just bad. So no, don't play the Sombra. Do not play the Sombra. I don't know why Charge is playing the Sombra. That's a bad meta read.
Yeah, there's definitely some questions surrounding it. I like to your very much paid analyst breakdown on Sombra. Avast will certainly like that one when he catches up on the VODs. But here we go. It's time to wipe the slate clean. We're tied up 1-1. One of these teams is going to be looking to take a lead now, as we set our sights on Eichenwalde. And we'll see what they have prepared for us. Develop's going to be going back over to the Ashe here on the defense. Choice A1 sticking with Genji.
Becky will not be playing the Pharah. That's just going to be some preliminary looks. I think this is still a reasonable map for the Zarya, so we can stay on the Zarya here. Winston is really good here. Winston's good on basically all the maps here. It's just how the meta is. Dia will, shake up the rust there a little bit in terms of the grappling. I don't expect him to stay on this Widowmaker either. Like the Soldier will remain as the meta pick. So, what's going to happen here for Guangzhou? Can they get more than 2 final blows? Are we going to get some good team fight wins here?
It's a nice lineup fade actually coming out from Coldest. Flipped on the 2, Rio jumping straight up into the air, and when he hits the ground, he's dead. Well, this is the easiest tracking of my life. Gets unique as well, and oh boy, Valiant explode out the gates, and they are taking point A in record time.
Well, that was fast. Lineup grenade and everything. Coldest will land that one. It forces Charge back. That's not a teamfight winner on its own, but it gives some control and position. You give Dia some space to work with. He's, getting some ult charge in there alongside Becky, who can just run in. Develop's going to move away from the Ashe now onto Soldiers. That's a 0% success rate for Ashe so far on day number 1. They basically play a little bit of Ashe gameplay on A, give up the point, then swap immediately onto Soldier, which is actually good.
Alright, let's see if we can find some value here from Develop. As they want, for now, just trying to farm up the blade at the top of the castle, but this is getting poked and prodded every single time he sticks his head out. Rio as well, playing on the high ground here, the best of visibility. Can't really get on top of him too easily, so for the most part is somewhat safe. Bionade goes out, Langs it instantly disappears. Nice little hit there from far away to set it up. Unique finds the kill, and Develop will get Becky at the same time, so it'll need to be a reset for the side of the Valiant. That allows for the Guangzhou Charge to spread out and make themselves comfortable.
Really important that they didn't really have to spend anything there either. We're still working on ults. Obviously, both teams have a nano available. This nano could go into Choi just to finish off the rest of the blade. We're seeing, again, a lot of dry nanos coming up that don't even get comboed with anything, but you can find value with those. Coldest might just want to wait for Dia, though. The nano visor is going to be online. They need to get some positioning, though, so they're going to try and take the inside of castle and maybe push this high ground.
Okay, well, Rio's got everybody clustered together right here. The Bionade comes in again, and that is going to be Langs taken down. 3 quick kills for the side of the Charge off the back of the Primal Rage, and Rio will manage to find another as the team kill comes through. Still 4 minutes to chew through, though, so they have their work cut out for them, but overall, not too bad. Single ult, they get the fight win.
Yeah. Huge single ult as well. Primal Rage in the entrance to the castle. One of the best positions you can Primal. You see from Coldest POV, tried to get the sleep dart, but he's just buffed and pushed around, and you just can't really do anything. Couldn't land that sleep dart at all, so Rio gets maximum pressure. They do not allow Dia to get any positioning for this nano visor, and once again, Valiant will try and force away into castle.
pushing their way up top. Low HP comes out, but Bio goes down, and Dia, he's got the nano tac visor, instantly finds 2 kills. One of the supports gone, everybody else now having to pull away as Becky gets himself in on top of Faraway. That's the supports out of the fight, and the Valiant now control the cart. Start moving forward yet again, getting closer to the bridge.
Yep. And the payload positioning wasn't even bad to begin with. They had the payload at the first proper corner on B, and then, they go for the inside castle play, which once that opens up, you can either go high ground or go towards enemy spawn. Full flank on enemy spawn. Two kills untraded for the most part. Running and stuff, and now ultimate goes the other way. Huge kill from Choi. Vicky shut down again, I think.
Yeah, has not been finding too much value when it comes down to the Death Blossoms. Instantly gets taken out. Really good there from Choice A1, playing that out perfectly. And the cart, again, going to be stopped. You get a little decent bit of distance here and still have 2 minutes and 40 seconds to try to complete this, but it's making it more difficult when they do have their ult shut down like that.
Yeah, they have, enough map opened up for themselves because of the payload distance. They can work any part of the map they want to. So indoors for grab, probably the likely position they want to go through. Choi, no deflect, so it's time to deploy the grab somewhere if they can maybe find a viable target. Again, could just be solo onto Rio, because there's not a lot of good targets here that they can immediately find.
Looking and dodging around, Choice A1. Gonna fall low, has to pull back to safety. In the meantime, Sashin just bringing the cart forward. This rocket's not going to connect. Now they have to recontest this as it gets very dangerously close to the gate. Develop. Attack visor into the back. For some targets, but everybody's pretty much eluded him pretty perfectly. Cole is, though, falling low. Sound barrier comes in perfect timing to try to keep him alive. Nano out onto 2, or Anti rather out onto 2 as Cole just tries to get the Nano up. Jose 1 going to be locked in. Can't grab the wall. He ends up falling to his death. It's going to be a 2 for 2 at the end of things, but the cart cannot continue to advance.
I think if Coldus actually survived there and, he died as the Nano came up, they could have Nanoed somebody and continued that fight. Choice F1 manages to, tried his best, really. I think he got caught in the grab, which sent him to his death. Traded for Assassin, who also got pushed off the point, or pushed off the entire map for that matter. And ultimately, a good Bionade from far away, I think, to put the pressure onto Coldus to make sure they couldn't just convert into a further ultimate. So another reset here, 1 minute remaining, develop the opening pick. That's going to be another 10 seconds shaved off, and a lot of map control given over to the Charge.
Yeah,
or is it? Because LA Valiant haven't backed out. Valiant is still in castle.
They are. They're going to take the fight to them here. They say, yeah, they're down to support. He's not going to be able to join back in with them very easily. Unique dropping down from below, spots them out, goes back over to safety. Going to get picked off, much like we just saw happen to Coldest. Is now finally joined back in with the rest of the team. Push up here through the castle. Dia trying to help escort them and stop people from pushing out. But here comes the blade. Death Blossom this time for Becky. Does manage to find a belt. The blade out from Choice A1. Cuts down Dia. It's going to be a trade out on the Soldier 76s. Nano now expiring. Coldest taken down. Langza anti low. Finished off. Choice A1 finds the killing blow, and that should just about be it. Only 15 seconds remaining. The cart starting to get pushed forward just a little bit more here by Sashin, but he's the last one left standing. He's got nowhere to go. Will end up dying, and I think that's about as far as it's going to get for the side of the Valiant.
Yeah, when you have no tanks, huge boop again. I think that was from Unique, and then Develop got the kill credit. Develop still staying alive here. Primal's been popped, so is the visor. It's done. It's dusted. 122.57 meters is what the Valiant will end with.
All right. Really fast hit onto A, but they come up the works well enough there. Do the Guangzhou Charge, slow the roll of the Valiant. And, I mean, that was what, 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes that they had to buy. As far as the time break was concerned, they managed to make it happen. Just across the bridge is as far as they need to go in order to win this and take a lead of 2-1.
So they're in a good position here. I mean, the payload distance is long enough that I think the Valiant will have good positioning to play through for what remains of the map, So A is obviously super playable. If Valiant get anything done on A, that's a major improvement compared to where Charge were defending on A, which is to say that Charge kind of just gave up. A lost almost immediately. No fight even really occurred. Well, nothing of significance occurred. Valiant walked in, took it, wiped it away, done. The problem here is I still need to see somebody make this Ashe work, because to me, I haven't seen it. I'm not seeing it. D is a really good hit-scan player, so he's trusting this. He's believing in it. A bunch of teams have tried this. Can they make this actually work, or does it just get run over? Because so far, it's been run over.
Yeah. It seems like for now, at least, gone are the days of the Ashe dominance, where we would see just, some incredible players come out hitting just nothing but headshots and really wrecking the enemy teams. We'll see if Dia can make it happen, though. It's Develop looking to see if anyone comes floating up over the top of those castle walls, or the house walls there. Not going to happen. We'll swap it back over to the Soldier 76.
And actually, this would have been a good defense for Becky to remain on the Reaper, because you can play the Reaper Zarya combo together. I think, these DPSs in terms of the Echo and an Ashe don't work well with the Zarya at all, and instantly you see the difference between a Soldier and an Ashe.
Yep, Dia's gone, Lang's out of the fight. It seems like Guangzhou Charge about to have just as fast of a cap as we saw done by the Valiant. The first tick's already coming in. Cold is dead now on the back end of this one. And the point is very much there. Sachin is trying to make his way back over to recontested, but there was just no hope for that one. Ends up falling down. The cap will come through, and it's 5 minutes 40 seconds in the time bank here for the Guangzhou Charge.
LA Valiant, Guangzhou Charge, Shanghai Dragons, handshake. Start with Ashe on point A, do nothing, immediately swap to Soldier, then defend properly. I don't know, it doesn't work with Azara either, so that part I don't really understand. Rio dives in, you would have had a Reaper with bubbles working against them. Rio doesn't care about anything else, and he gets hard value, and now 5 minutes plus to work through on B. They don't have to finish B, but they do have to get to the end of B, so a long defense ahead now for the Valiant. Dia working from scratch, actually already starting to catch up with the Develop, so...
Oh, Rio. Well, can't really just go leaping in like that. Becky helps cut him down to size, the beam out as well, finishes off far away.
Seth, Rio is like, Krong, where was my bubble? Oh, it's just me, it's no Krong here, my bad.
Oh, wait, yeah, I don't have a Zarya to back me up here.
Oh, damn. Whoopsies. Wrong game, guys.
Yep. We make some minor mistakes every now and then, it's a lot to get used to. Rio, a little egg on his face at the end of that, but they still have a ton of time to work with here, so I don't think they're going to be sweating too much. The thing that's mainly concerning is going to be the ults. Ready to come up here for the side of the Valiant. Sachin's desperately trying to get that grab online. Becky just fading away. 10% off that duplicate as well.
I was going to say they need to work on payload distance, because the initial payload percentage, well, the distance was really poor. Here's the nanoblade now.
Oh lordy, coming, and he's going to dash in there. Manages to find Coldest, sets the supports out of the way now. For the side of the Guangzhou Charge, dash out. Choice A1 narrowly does manage to survive. They lost Rio, but they're still going to be committed to the fight. The sound barrier comes in. Rio going to be looking to rejoin. Choice A1 gets the shurikens through onto Dia's head. Unique finishes off Sachin, and that is an immense amount of space now opened up for the Guangzhou Charge. They don't have much further to go.
No, it's, double supports down, Links are Coldest deleted, and the rest of the Valiant are like, probably should save ultimates here. Becky uses Duke, probably wants to change the Reaper anyway. Like I said, it actually works with Zarya, and you can counter Rio. Rio, who, by the way, does a reasonable job of opening up that fight. Had a bit of a meme moment earlier, but we'll forgive him for that one. Dia bubbled, still safe.
Ante goes out on to 3, and we're actually going to have our first pause of the 2022 season here in APAC. Exciting stuff as usual. So, we'll have to get to the bottom of this, and we'll see what happens.
We'll see which one of these players / teams did the illegal maneuver this time. Who was it? Was it you, Guangzhou? Did you do something bad? Own up to it.
Well, either way, it's not a good spot to be in, because taking a look at the pause screen, I mean, you've got 3 people antied, Coldest and Becky, both with a sliver of HP. Attack Visor's rolling for Develop, Primal Rage rolling for Rio, and the cart is just a few scant meters away from completion of the map. So this, we're probably just going to resume this, and it might just end in the blink of an eye, unless they can really pull a rabbit out of the hat here.
I mean, what would it have to be? It would have to be Sachin gets the guard grab, and Dia, I don't know, Guangzhou all put their hands up and take the hands off the keyboard and mice and just let Dia 5k them, I guess. Like you said, double supports plus Becky naded. Becky's on 1. Rally's 10% off, but I don't think that's going to be a game changer here. You've already got Develop popping Visor. Primal's already been used by... He's in the middle of his Primal, I should rather say. So, yeah. I mean, Guangzhou would have to... Collectively as 5 people run off the map together to lose at this position. So it should be a 2-1 here, unless something really wild happens.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we've already had just a full-blown C9 on the cart and everything, so it's definitely absolutely possible that something like that could happen again. But something tells me I think the Guangzhou Charge is a little bit more focused into this map right now, as they're very well poised to just go ahead and close this out. Even if even if we do just come back into this and they do lose the fight somehow, the Guangzhou Charge still are sitting on 3.5 minutes in the time bank, so we'd still very much have the potential to close it out all the same. So we'll see. Waiting on an update for you guys. Not sure how long it's going to be. I saw that one of the teams said that they were ready, but it seems like it might be on the other teams, on their side, whatever the technical difficulty is.
Certainly a big improvement from Route 66. I think that was the map to forget for the Guangzhou Charge for sure. Certainly nothing memorable from my mind, except for the good memes of the 2 frags on an entire map. This time, to be clear, the Guangzhou Charge have 31 final blows instead of 2, so that's an improvement of 29 final blows, and the map isn't over yet. So now we're back into normal Guangzhou Charge gameplay. Don't know what happened on Route 66, like they all fell asleep there. So when I say, the whole team needs to just put their hands up and just take their hands off the mice and keyboard, they did do that on the last map, but now they're actually playing the game.
Well, here we go. We're going to go right back into this game, and I think it's going to be pretty fast-paced right off the rip. Everybody pulled back into the castle. For the moment, Sachin playing up on the ramparts, trying to force Rio away with that Primal Rage. They will rejoin. They'll get the contest coming through for now. Grab's still going to be held. Rally goes up from Length to try to keep everybody alive. Dia with a sliver of HP. He somehow manages to stay in the fight. Bubble goes forward onto Becky as he tries to get the elimination here onto the enemy. Winston hasn't managed to make it happen quite just yet. Dia up onto the high ground with attack visor, finds far away. Develop goes down. And while it looked like it was done and dusted after the curtain lifts, we are revealed to show that the Valiant will, in fact, be able to hold this off for a little bit longer.
I think we cursed them. That's rough. That's rough for Guangzhou.
There's no way that they could lose this fight.
Well, what happens is, the pause, we unpause, and then Rio's Primal finishes, develops Visor finishes, and the 3 purple players are no longer purple. So I don't know, And the rally came through and they won, so that's an illegal maneuver from the LA Valley. I demand a restart.
Not going to happen, but they win it out. Still, 2 minutes 20 to deal with. Unique going to be taking it out for now. The grab comes out here onto the high ground. Sasha trying to offer up some damage. Does manage to stay alive. They get the kill onto the enemy Lucio. Rio now antied out, falling lower and lower. Will get finished off. Choi Se-wan's only good for a single kill onto Coldest. Looks like he's going to try to make his exit from the castle, but that will not be allowed. Sasha hounds him down. They get the extended team wipe.
Okay.
It's 2 minutes remaining.
Nano Blades online. Choi doesn't whiff these. Surely. There's no way. As the Primal and the Visor coming back as well. They've still got just under 2 minutes to play through. I mean, Valiant have done a great job holding. They need something to work through, though. If Lengsa hits an insane whip shot on Choi, then that would probably disrupt and maybe even ruin the entire Nano Blade. So it kind of comes down to Lengsa, maybe even Coldest to sleep out that one with a solo. How does Becky do that? Just finds him on the flank somehow. I mean, that's going to slow things down for sure.
Yep, more time bought. They're going to try to turn this around, though, despite being down a member. The Nano Blade goes out. Unique will find Coldest. Choi Se-wan puts Dia down to size. Put a little bit more damage there onto Sasha. Can't make it happen. Bubble does go out to try to keep Becky alive. Looks like he makes it into the Wraith Walk. Stays alive for a little bit longer, but everybody surrounds him. They finally get that kill. Langset now gone. Sasha way too far forward in no man's land as Rio is bringing up the cart. They need to contest this right now. The push away is coming through, though, and they will be able to force them back. Took a little bit longer than we might have anticipated, but the Guangzhou Charge will manage to make it happen. I mean, such a huge time bank to begin that second phase of the map, 5 minutes 45 seconds. And they do get there in the end, so that's them moving up now 2-1 in a series.
It looked a little bit dicey, though. It didn't happen the way I thought it would, but it did happen towards the end there. Another good Primal Rage from Rio, pushing everyone away. You can see from Spawn, just wasn't enough people to come and really contest. Sashin's too slow. The bubble doesn't protect you from boops. And Guangzhou Charge playing much better on Icon Vaulted than they did on Route 66.
Yeah. Still a bit back and forth, though. Valiant trying to make them work for it as much as possible. They're fighting tooth and nail, but now they need to win out from here. They need to win the next map, take us into a Game 5 if they want a chance of kicking off their 2022 season with a victory. Otherwise, the Charge poised to potentially just take this in a 3-1. We'll find out what happens when we come back from the break and we get ready to go into that third map. Alrighty, welcome back, guys. We're going into a Game 4 between Valiant and the Guangzhou Charge. Guangzhou Charge now poised to be able to take this series 3-1 unless the Valiant can fight back just a bit more and extend this into a Game 5 set. Coming up next, we have Ilios, so will be a good little first look at control for us here in the APAC region.
I actually don't think this is going to be a good map for Session at all. So we're going to play Zari on Ilios. Seems like the tempo is going to be too slow there. No high ground control at all. Winston and Doom much better picks, even though Doom has been kind of, I think exposed in the current Overwatch 2 meta. I still think faster than Zarya here, so we'll see what Sash and Valiant do. I think the rest of the team still have a lot to play through. They have a lot of flexibility in their other roles, right? So they could be substituting, but I don't think they are. We are actually, though, instead going to be seeing Krong coming in for Rio on the other end. So maybe it'll just be a Zarya mirror.
Could end up being just that. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mind if they just swapped Sashin into a DPS role and then have him play his old famed Pharah. That would also be a nice little callback to his time forever ago in Contenders. But not going to happen. He still will be in that tank slot. But yeah, now we get to see Krong making his return. See how he fares and if he can also pick up 2 kills like Rio did.
And maybe even more. To be fair, Rio got a lot more on the other maps. It's just that one map. And you know what? The other 4 players got 0, so there. Yeah, Guangzhou stepped up.
Oh yeah, I mean,
they did
it's not even making fun of Rio, it's making fun of everybody else.
All of Charge, all of you. Take a good hard look at yourselves. As we head over to Ilios, I actually think the Krong substitution is like a bailout for Session, because if you kept Rio in, you played Winston, to me you have a favorable matchup in terms of where the meta is on a control map, but the fact that you sub in Krong, now it's very likely going to be probably a Zarya into Zarya bad matchup, unless Krong has got a secret Doomfist somewhere hidden up the sleeve, which is a huge bailout for Zarya, for Session, because he's like, okay, well, I'm okay with the mirror, but something else could be a little bit weird. And you even saw, in my opinion, some of the difference happen on Eichenwalde, where Charge's ability to engage with the Winston and Choi Genji at the same time duo is huge, where I think you really do need to have that extra dive pressure with your Genji to allow that to work properly. The bubbles are great, but the bubble only lasts for 2.5 seconds, and there's a cooldown between the uses that you can put on the same person, so Choi can only do so much with the bubbles. We'll see how he fares now with Krong in the tank position instead of Rio.
Alright, well, out the gate, we'll have the double sim just for the TPs forward, and it looks like Develop's going to be going for the Widowmaker, whereas Dia back over on to the Soldier 76. You're talking up his Widowmaker earlier. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer to really see him put it on display. So, it's really fair now. Develop. Oh, okay. Well, he gets the opening kill. Dia's out of the fight. It's going to be a very nice setup here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge to establish first control of the point.
And Dia, okay, he didn't swap. He wants to just stay on the Soldier for now. No, he's actually going to go with Widow Dia. I didn't think he was going to back out. If I know Dia, I know he's not going to back out easily. He wants this duel, for sure. Develop's already on 42%. Cap's already going the way of Charge.
They're trying to grab it here. Slangs up, tries to put some pressure here onto the Widowmaker, gets tagged low. Genji dive into the back as well, looking for it, but what a nasty shot. As Develop gets him in the head. Dia, though, on his return, does find far away. Doesn't make that a 1-for-1 as far as the supports are concerned, but now Dia will be felled. Joyce A1 gets in on top of him.
And a lot of this gameplay is going to come down to how the Genjis are able to get on top of the respective Zaryas on the other end as well. You see Choi going on Dia, Becky going on Develop. That should continue for the rest of this map. Develop does have quite the edge on the ult charge though, so Infrasight super important for this kind of Widow battle that's going to be ensuing for the rest of this particular sub-map. Krong, okay, well Becky can just get deleted, I guess.
Yeah, he'll just give him the alley-oop set up there, tags him in the chest, and then far away, ready with the shot. Take him down, that opens things up. Valiant still have been occupying this point, now at 35%, so not too bad for them considering how things started this map. Sasha falling a bit low, now has the grab, hits it in, manages to connect to 2. The kills start coming through, yeah, really quick knee-jerk reaction grab, and ends up working out very nicely as Choice A1 and Unique both fall. It's Krong down on the ground, Dia has a nice little early, easy shot. Catches him in the head. Develop now trying to escape. Looks like he will be allowed to survive.
I mean, that's a huge kill to Krong as well because it resets the energy. We saw Sashin just before was on 100. So he's getting a lot of damage done there. Double grab. Both targets get destroyed as well. Develop doesn't get to use his Infrasight. He'll do it now, but he didn't get to use it earlier to sort of give his team a little bit more to initially work with despite the Becky kill. So huge turnaround, the 4v5.
Dash further from Becky trying to force develops position. He does drop a little bit lower here. Foresight now going to expire. Saw earlier, roughly, where Dia was at, but hasn't managed to find him yet. Becky with the blade drawn out will cut down Develop. Finds one that's going to be all that he gets, but now the grab comes in on top of the members of the Valiant, and they will clean him up. Look at it, far away. Still going to be taken down, and Becky and Unique, though. Okay, it's a kill. Supports are out of the fight. They might just be able to hold this. Blade from Choi Se-won needs to be big. He's looking for a target. Dashes over the side, 10 HP, grabs the Mega Pack, though. Looking for a little bit more as the OT starts bleeding away. Choi Se-won tags in onto the point. He's just looking at the floor, trying not to offer up his head. Becky actually will move forward and ends up getting taken down, so the flip does come through. They stay alive for a little bit longer.
I mean, in the DPS tank battle there with no supports on either team, it ends up being Choi and Develop working together to get a lot of to kind of win that fight. I mean, they technically won, didn't they? Because they can't. With 20% now looking towards the charge, Choi goes over towards the Tracer. They want to come back quickly. They know it's 99%, so they have to fight this no matter what. They can't actually slowly poke away anymore. They have to just engage.
Yeah, any kills that Dia can find is going to be absolutely massive here for the side of the Valiant. Being able to get this flip. Wrong. Some pressure applied to him. Becky's going to go down there off screen. Develop finds a nice shot to the enemy Genji. The flips come back through though, and the Valiant are in control of the point. Dia gets Choi Se-won. Langs are going to fall to Develop. Fire Nade's out. Cold is now gone. The supports are out of the fray. Oh, quick shot. He's looking for the follow-up body tap here. Dia moving forward. He's trying to spray him down with the machine gun. He's not been able to do it. Now he's overextended. He's going to fall. Krong gets that kill. And it's a flip right back into the hands of the Guangzhou Charge.
My goodness, he must have just been crouched in the back corner there using the shrubbery as well. And Dia not really getting the kill. That was a little greedy from Dia. He should probably understand even if he does kill Develop, he'll get traded for that. So at best, it's like a 1-for-1, right? Valiant trying to bite off a bit more than they could chew there. Good save by Krong. And now the rest of Charge keeping their heads above water. But can they survive against the next Nano and grab? It's coming online. Becky's not far off from the blade as well. Here's that grab.
Grab's already out. He's already used it here. Sashin trying to lock them in, but Develop moves up on this flank, catches Langza completely unaware. Takes his head off now, looks for a little bit more. 70% about to be on the board here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. That shot takes Dia so very low, but he does manage to survive.
We're heading towards double 99 here. I mean, you're at the point where the grab wasn't successful for Sashin. Krong and Faraway now have grabs on the other end. Lynx got taken down there, so a 4v5 situation. We saw Valiant win a 4v5 earlier, but not this time around. Nanoblade has to be the target.
But Nano's going to be used here on Sasha just to try to keep him alive. He's not been able to get that elimination, but now Becky going to die with the blade in hand, and it is just a sweep here for the Guangzhou Charge. Only lose Unique in the fight. They get the team kill. OT is forced, but it doesn't matter. We'll just go ahead and bleed down. It's 100 to 99% as we wrap up our first round of Ilios.
And unlike Push, you can actually make a comeback on a map like this. So from 0 to 99, 100 on board for the Guangzhou Charge. Well played on the second half of Ruins. Brilliant, kills from Develop to kind of ruin the pacing of the LA Valiant, where they want to make a grab play, they want to engage, they want to do these things, but Develop will just get a kill that kind of messes with their timings ever so often. And then you have at the end there as well, where the grab from Krong comes in. You ideally want to have the nano from Coldest onto Becky for the nano play, but he, like you said, had to nano Sashin to keep him alive because he was caught in the grab. Then Becky doesn't have a nano to use. Becky and Dia both die, and the fight is over, goes the way of Guangzhou. So things are looking decent for Guangzhou. 1-0 so far on this particular Ilios game. So where we're going to go now. Develop wants to give the Ashe another try. Again, it hasn't worked today for any team.
Well, has not been finding too much value. See if Develop can turn around his misfortunes a little bit here. It is a very major changeup as well. Our first Diva here as Krong comes out the gate with this. Pushing forward, sending out a couple rockets here. He's looking to keep himself and the rest of the team protected, but needs to make his exit. Sashin starts getting in on top of him. Becky going to be the first one to fall. Develop does find the kill. There's a Choi Se-won dropping down, trying to get right in on top of Dia's head. Managed to double up. Get a little bit more pressure applied to him, but the bubbles come in to bail him out. Sashin helps keep that soldier in the fight. Point still going to be taken by the Valiant first and foremost. Charge now looking to contest.
Choi Se-won getting pocketed here. That's the big difference, is you're not just seeing an Echo play by himself. You have the Unique coming through from the Mercy as well. Couple of kills being traded back and forth. Sashin with 2 though is pretty massive. Sashin's going large actually. Oh, actually,
gets the break on that mech, gets Developed, finishes off the Baby Diva. Choi Se-won though still finding an immense amount of value with these sticky bombs. Absolutely, just annihilated Becky. Sessions trying to get the mid-air right click to connect. Hasn't managed to make that happen, but yet again, this is the Valiant. Even though they lose out on a couple members here, Session drags it back, and they do maintain control of the point. Already 40% about to come in.
It's a big job for Dia as well to try and deal with choice of one of the guys, especially again that he's pocketed by Unique, and he needs positioning to be able to land these shots. It's definitely not the easiest thing in the world. You see choice one just flying by. He has a duplicate basically available now as well.
So one is continuing to play down onto the low ground here, trying to harass where he can. Krong falling low. Needs to get some healing into that mech to try to stay in it. Dia just annihilate choice one. Far away now dead. Sasha comes up with yet another kill. 1 second contest on the point, not going to lead to anything, and it's a firm hold here for the side of the LA Valiant.
It seemed like maybe Choi and Unique got disconnected there because Choi ended up, assaulting Dia by himself inside that mini pack room. Dia gets his favored 1v1 where he doesn't have to deal with the Pocket Mercy and gets the kill required. Unique can't quite swoop in for the res, loses another player on his team as well. I think Farway also got deleted, so not much to play through there. It will have to be another 0 to 99 comeback for Charge if they want to win this map, but they do have ultimates, nearly 5 online. Well, actually, so does Valiant.
Trying to get in on top. He builds up the pulse bomb, gets the stick there on to develop. See them jumping over Unique, wanting to try to get the res, does manage to do so, puts him right back into the fight. Though falling low, and he doesn't have to self-destruct. He's 1% away from it as he gets D-mech'd. Sound barrier now going to be dropped in by Langset. Dia goes wild with the nano visor. Comes up with 2. The Bob is sadly just going to sit here on the point. He's looking for some targets. He's looking to get some kills, but he will eventually make his exit. Doesn't find too much value at all. Jose Juan goes down. The OT will bleed away, and we go from 100 to 99 into a just 100 to 0 as the Valiant will take this to one final round of Ilios.
I mean, what we can really gather from that is the fact that twice in a row now, Valiant do take it to 99 first. They are the ones in the lead. They have the initial point control, and it's up to Guangzhou Charge to make the comeback happen. Successful on Ruins, not so much on this map. Choi did his best. I think you do. The problem with this kind of Echo and Ash together is if you're Unique, you have to double pocket, don't you? You have to kind of pocket both players, but you can't really do that because Choi wants to dive in, Develop wants to stay still. And those two kind of, DPSs aren't really going to do too much together. There's not really any interaction there. So over towards Well for the final map now. Devout probably on the Soldier, Dia probably on the Soldiers. He wants to stay on the Ash. I actually think Lighthouse was the better Ash map. This one's probably the worst Ash map, but he's still got to play it.
Goes for it. So he wants to be able to take Becky out of the sky. Already the Echo start trading blows here. Bubbles coming out. Becky hits the ground. Fight back up. It is going to be sustained. Kills to be found yet as we still wait for this point to unlock.
Remember, no pocket for Becky. He's not working with the Mercy here. Unique is still on Choi, so huge advantage for Choi in the skies. Becky has to do a lot more to stay alive and get value. Develop sleeping for the time being. That's a huge
drop down comes
combo.
in. Yep, they find Dia. Kicking him out, and that might just be Guangzhou Charge finally able to get the first little pickup here on the point. We'll have to just wait and see. Becky going to be sniped out of the sky there by Far Away. Cap still starting to come in as Sasha comes up with yet another kill, but now he's going to be anti-beamed down by Joyce Wan. And I think they're going to have to abandon this fight and go for a little bit of a reset. Becky's going to be swapping off of the Echo now over onto the Tracer. Develop gets rezzed back into the fight. Point still not taken by either side, but yet again, it's somehow going to be the Valiant who pick it up.
Actually, well, okay, they do cap it, but Guangzhou Charge here, I would say Guangzhou Charge probably have more presence on the point currently than the Valiant do. Looking for the counter cap for the time being. You're looking at Choi completely outpacing everybody else. He's nearly on this duplicate. He's got the back line covered, maybe even gets a kill. He does.
Oh, okay, the Sticky Bombs, they hit Sash. I didn't even see Sash really there. But he's the one who ends up getting picked off by that. Now the duplicate comes out, goes for the Soldier 76, will be broken out of the duplicate rather quickly by Dia. To give him a little bit of a fadeaway parting gift, but does not find the kill. Anti does go out onto 2 though, and the cleanup comes through as the Guangzhou Charge look to take the lead.
Yeah, it's only 18% this time around, so we've kind of broken the mold. We've broken that trend of the last 2 sub-maps where 99% was found by Valiant. This time around, Guangzhou are going to have the lead, and Guangzhou having the comeback on that first round, and then the attempted comeback on the second. I mean, the fact that they have a lead now is pretty scary. They have a lot of ultimates to play through as well. Choice of One didn't get a huge amount of value on towards a duplicate, but put himself in a pretty decent position, did a bunch of damage. It's what you're really looking for. Dia has a visor now. But that's really all that Valiant can hope to get value from.
Becky trying to apply some pressure here in the back line. Getting on top of far away, but the choice they want again opens it up. Pulse bomb there from Becky.
Bubble!
Is going to get bubbled away. Doesn't find any value. Now the grab comes out from Prong, looking to lock them all together. The rally is rolling. It's trying to keep them sustained, but it's not going to work, at least not for Sashin. He goes down, as does Becky, and Prong will just continue to push forward. Right click to the face. Coldest is dead. And the Guangzhou Charge are starting to run away with this map. 67% online now. The Valiant, they need to rally back.
And, I mean, Krong has not that much energy to play through. I think 60 was the most that I saw there, but using a bit of nano, getting some damage in, it's enough. Grab it on Surge now goes the other way. Sashin has it online. We're still waiting for that visor to come on through. Lynx are swapping over towards the Lucia here as well, so they know they need to go quickly. It will be last fight territory for sure. Bob will delay this one for quite some time.
Bob now going to be coming through. Develop, however, does die. Tac Visor gets on top of him. Prong with no HP cannot survive. The anti is out on the Dia, but nobody can capitalize. He ends up getting taken. Ends up staying alive and takes that choice they want. The res already used on the Develop, so they cannot get that Echo back into the sky. At least not for now. Dia burning down by the Dynamite, but the point cap will come through here for the Valiant, buying a bit more time. Not going to fall yet.
Develop dying twice in that fight there as well, so a good recovery from the LA Valiant. I mean, this one could really go the distance. It's match points secured for the Guangzhou Charge, right? One fight, they get the 100% cap, they win their opening match of the season. LA Valiant will be longing for their first win, but maybe they can make this comeback happen because they still have the grab, which will be super important. If they can land that properly, combo that up with the Bionair from Golders, they're off to the races.
Shots coming in, Golders getting tagged up. Still hasn't been topped up yet. There's going to be the grab invested. Krong, the focus fire, ends up falling. Coldest, however, caught by the Dynamite, does end up dying. 1 for 1, a tank for a support. He'd still favor the Valiant in this moment.
Choi is just,
maintain control of this.
I mean, he's kind of just dipping and diving in and out of damage. He's really kind of on a tightrope, isn't he? Just wasn't even getting pocketed by Unique for the most part. Still staying alive, good healing from far away to do so. Speaking of the Ana players, Cold is not having a great time, needs to get this Nano underway. We're heading towards 99 now for sure for the LA Valiant. There's the Nano.
Closer and closer. Pulse going to be lobbed in a bit too far there, does not catch far away. Dia falling low far away, does end up getting picked off with the Nano boost here. Prong taken out by the Soldier 76. Dia looking for another target. Just over the side, sees Res is used. They put the Zarya back into the mix. It's taken down. 5 members alive right now for the side of the Guangzhou Charge as they look to retake this point. We're into OT for either side now. Somebody needs to cleanly clear
Krong's
this
in
point.
trouble. I don't think he's got bubbles remaining, and the Vice is going to come through Krong. He just needs to survive. He needs to get this grab.
They're pumping heals into him, and it actually manages to keep him alive for a little bit longer there. Dia, with attack visor, finishes off choice they want. Unique, dangerously low, far away down to half HP. These supports need some love and care right now on the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Far away somehow does manage to stabilize. Actually gets the kill on the Sashin. Res comes in, they put the choice they want back into the fight. The pulse bomb goes out from Becky, but he's not going to be able to find anything again because of the bubbles.
Was that an Ajax?
We'll finish off Dia now. Becky's just dashing around, but he runs out of recalls. He's got nothing else to work with, and the OT bleeds away ever so quickly. They're fighting tooth and nail to try to make it happen, but unfortunately for the side of the Valiant, they cannot. Guangzhou Charge will claim it. Ilios, they will claim their first matchup of the 2022 season. 3-1, a victory over the Valiant.
I mean, I might need to see that one again, but I'm pretty sure right at the end there, Langsa went for a sound barrier in the final second, and he died mid-sound barrier to choice they won. So there was no sound barrier. You got Ajax. I'm fairly certain of that. I didn't quite catch it, but I heard the sound barrier, voice line coming through. Did not see the green health, so must have happened. That could have been a fight turn. That could have been a game changer. Valiant maybe could have even clutched off the back of the sound barrier, but Choi Se-won nailed them down, and really, to me, was the player of the Guangzhou Charge, as I expected him to be, as I think all the Guangzhou fans expected him to be. He was your star player last year. He remains your star player again this year.
Yeah, incredible performance from him. I mean, just fearlessly. Like you said, tightrope, I think, is probably the best way to put it for the way that he was playing that. Those last few rounds, especially with the Echo, just dipping in and out, knowing his limitations, and very rarely getting punished by the side of the Valiant. So, really great effort from him. Let's see if he picks up the player of the match here at the end. I think he definitely makes a very strong case for himself the whole way throughout this. But, yeah, I think a good sight to see, though. This is a competitive series being played here from the side of the Valiant. They aren't able to get that second map win to tie up their record from the 2021 season, but they certainly look a hell of a lot better here. This is a much more established team. They have a lot of talent to work with. Dia was putting up some incredible numbers the whole way throughout this as well. So I think that for Valiant fans, it is time to breathe a sigh of relief. There is absolutely hope here, and there's no way in hell I think that this loss streak that they're currently on is going to continue for too much longer.
It might be 19 matches, their loss streak, but I'm sure it'll be broken at some stage. They look like a team that has still a lot to show. Super competitive in this series. I do have to say, though, I mean, APAC is looking pretty tough. There are other really good teams in this region as well. Probably, a lot of pundits thought that Guangzhou would be the easiest target for Valiant, so a little bit of concern in towards the fact that Valiant will have to play potentially harder competition. That or Charge have been severely underestimated, and Charge with Choi Se-hwan, much better than the Charge that could have happened with Choi Se-hwan still injured, unable to play.
Oh, for sure. Let's go ahead and take a look at our player of the match, though, and it's actually going to be Faraway, so second series, here we go. Let's dive in and give it to a support player. You'll love to see it.
Yep, I mean, Faraway recently added to the team, hasn't really even had that much time to get acclimatized with everybody. He only just got dropped by Chengdu Hunters not that long ago. Charge scooped him up, saw a player was available, saw the value that Faraway gave to the team of Chengdu last year, but now gets to be a starter because, Faraway for the most part was kind of playing behind Monk and Chengdu. Now he's actually playing ahead of Molly, which is super surprising because Molly you'd think is maybe the Ana player on this team, but Faraway, great performance today, good stats shown, huge bio grenades, and we remember the clever lineups, the bio grenade assess, all of that kind of good stuff. So, well done.
Yeah, very, very nicely done here by Faraway. And both of these teams, I think another thing to consider is both of these teams have had some somewhat recent additions coming through. Faraway being the one here for the side of the Charge. So, still a lot to work out. There's you got to make sure that you get the groove going here for these players, and that's going to happen with time. So I think that there's a hell of a lot more hope for the side of the Valiant to be able to end that win, that loss streak, rather, not their win streak. They would love to have a win streak, end that loss streak, and then get some wins under their belt. Like you said, this on paper looks to be like maybe it was going to be one of the easier matchups for them, but you never know what can happen. We just had the Fusion 3 of Shanghai Dragons in our first series, so things are being pretty wild here in the APAC region so far. Guys, before we go into our third and final match of the evening, we're going to come back and break down some action from that second series in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Alrighty, we are back, guys. Just going to chat a little bit about the match that we just saw. Guangzhou Charge, they start things off 3-1, but I don't necessarily know if it went exactly how they might have anticipated here, Avril. A little bit rocky at times. There's, of course, the Route 66 incident that I think they want to leave in the past from here on out. That might come back to haunt them as a nightmare in future evenings, but yeah, a lot more competitive of a look here from the Valiant, which I think is a breath of fresh air for people who've been wanting this team, you know, have been following them since the very beginning and have been wanting them to become a competitive roster yet again.
I mean, if you've been following Valiant since the very beginning and you're still here, pat on the back to you, you have a stronger mental than most, you know, and the Valiant maybe changing up their roster year on year. This is the second year in a row where we're seeing a completely new roster. This one is, I mean, you don't even need me to explain it to you because you've seen it here. Far more competitive, far better than the one from last year. I mean, you actually have some legitimate star power on this team. We saw a deadlift straight away on the first map. Dia lost to that, but still deadlifted. 12 out of 22 total final blows, remember that. The Route 66 incident happened, but I'll call this one the failed Sombra experiment. So, Guangzhou Charge, live and learn. I think one of the key players that I was most impressed by is actually Rio, as we see him on screen currently. He actually had probably, in some ways, to me, a sort of outstanding performance. Not that he's like one of the sickest, you know, Winston's or main tanks that we've seen, but more so that probably quite a few people would have been down on him, like, oh, you know, this is going to be the Krong season. You're not even really going to see any Rio, are you? But I think Winston's, again, very good in this particular meta. Certainly on push, extremely good. I'm not big on those Arias on those types of maps. Guangzhou Charge ended up leaning into a bit of Krong towards the end there. I kind of felt like if you just kept Rio in and continue playing that Winston, you probably won, but they managed to make the comeback. They came through Ilios. It was a difficult pathway because I think, you know, they bailed out Sashin. That was a point that I gave during the cast. Sashin and Krong had the 1v1s, but Charge ultimately got it across the line through a combination of Krong being himself a fantastic Zarya and Choi-Se-Wan just being so unbelievably good on everything he played today.
Yeah, incredible performances. I'd say from pretty much everybody at some point. There was always, you know, a bit of a highlight. It never really felt like there was anybody on either of these teams who was just kind of, you know, straight up playing like they were dead weight. You know, really great re-debut for Dia. I think Sashin, again, shows that he is definitely a Zarya to be feared. He's had some wonderful impact. A lot of times where it seems like this fight's over, the Charge win, and then Sashin just kills 3 people, and you're like, how did that happen? Well, he's just actually still very, very good at the game, it turns out. So I think there's a lot of hope for both of these teams moving forward. You get that first series out of the way, shake off the rush, get the jitters out of you, and then focus up and continue to just develop the rosters, continue to improve the team play. And I think that both of them very well can put up some solid numbers moving forward. The competition is fierce. It's very stiff. Of course, obviously, we've got the Fusion, we've got the Dragons in this region, but you've also got the Dynasty and the Hangzhou Spark. And that is going to be coming up next. Myself and Avril will be stepping away. We'll leave you in the trusted hands of Vicky Kitty and Trid to guide you through that series, guys. But stay tuned. They're coming at you for that final series of the evening in just a few.
Welcome everyone to the Overwatch League 2022 season. The APAC zone is here, and I'm joined for the first time on the Overwatch League stream with Trid. Make sure you guys welcome Trid here on the Overwatch League. It's going to be his big debut alongside some of the rookies that we have coming up soon here, Trid.
Thanks so much, Vicky. Am I co-opting a term if I say APAC back? Am I allowed to say APAC back if I'm actually never been on this broadcast before? Or am I just stealing terms now? I don't even know.
Do not hear Trid at the moment. Not too sure if there's something up with our comms. But as we get that settled up, we are getting ready here for our last match of the day.
You know what,
oh,
Vicky?
There you go. Oh, Trid, there you go.
There was always going to be one
up.
instance. There was going to be something that went wrong. There was always going to be something, but it's all fixed. Don't worry about it. I was just remarking on how is it appropriate for me to say APAC back if I've never been on this broadcast before. I don't want to steal the terminology and start co-opting stuff nowadays.
No, never, Trid. And you know what? We always have to have at least that one muted stream once. Avril did it. You know what? Now we have to do it too. We have to stay true to the brand here. But it's really great to be alongside each other here for our very first APAC weekend. Let's take a look at the lineup that we have coming up shortly for the series that we're going to be ending the APAC day with. Of course, we talked about it before. It's the Seoul Dynasty versus the Hangzhou Spark. Seoul Dynasty, I got a lot of stonks into this team. It's interesting because they got Smurf, the only tank on this team, and we already know what Smurf magic could really bring this team together and make everything come alive.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting going to be change of pace for Smurf. If you remember previously in the San Francisco Shock roster, sharing a lot of main tank time with Super, now is in the only position where he has to play tank all the time. I don't think that's going to be to Smurf's detriment, though. I think they're an incredibly talented player, and I'm expecting them to really shine in the current meta, especially considering we're seeing so much Winston.
Now looking on the other side of the coin, the Hangzhou Spark. Let's take a look at their starters because unlike the Seoul Dynasty, we know that the Spark's got a lot of cards up their sleeve. Looking at Shy, Alpha Yi, Bernard, Irony, and Super Rich. To highlight the support rookie lineup as well as Alpha Yi out here, one of the other rookie players. The Spark just basically having all the rookie players coming in from Billy Gaming.
And I think that's one of the strengths of the organization, right, Vicky? They've been able to pull players from their contenders team, really get the benefit of the Path to Pro system. And of course, that means we got a lot of hype coming in for some of these rookies with proven playtime. I know everyone's getting pretty excited about the damage lineup of Shy and Alpha Yi coming into this season. So I'm expecting big things from them in this first series.
That's crazy. We talk about Seoul a little bit. We highlighted Smurf, of course, being the only tank on that team. You take a look at the other side of the coin with Spark. They got 4 DPS and 3 tanks, Trid. Spark has been putting in a lot of work, though, to improve their team communication, get through those language barriers. And what I'm excited to see here is I feel like this is going to be a really good display of what we could expect potentially against Spark versus the Shanghai Dragons, which would be their next series. I believe that's going to be tomorrow. So after what we have witnessed for our first series between Fusion and Dragons, I don't even know what to expect at this point, Trid.
I've been told when it comes to push to expect chaos, expect really fast-paced games. And with this being one of the new game modes, if you're tuning in for the first time, you haven't had a chance to get hands-on with the Overwatch 2 play-by-play PvP beta, unfortunately has just closed down for a bit. This is a very fast and very swingy game mode. There's not a lot of back and forth when it gets into the later stages of this game. So it's all about the impact you make to begin with and what you're able to take control and, of course, wield control of throughout the beginning of the map.
It's kind of a nice pacing compared to what we're used to with the 40-plus minutes that we could see sometimes on 2CP.
We don't talk about that. That's Overwatch 1, Vicky. We don't talk about that game mode anymore. It's gone.
This is our only look at Overwatch 2. As you said, the beta is not available at the moment. So this is the fix that we all get to see. See Alpha Yi starting things off on the Reaper. We're going to call this a dirty bubble comp. I don't know, but we just saw an anti just get sniped from across the field here.
Yeah, a bit of a yeet coming out there from Creative. I'm really paying attention to the Fitz right now, that you heard Avril go on the rant last series about how Sombra is not in a good place right now. Let's see if Fitz can really upstage it. Behind them, they're playing 4v5. There's a collapse from Hangzhou as they're just rushing straight into the Soul, and the anti-bubble means that Smurf is going to be taken down. The fight's not over yet as Hangzhou Spark are having to retreat for position and deal with Fitz. who's going to translocate back to safety, but Spark coming out strong to kick things off.
Gets to see another day. You saw Fitz get pushed all the way off the map real quick there, but the bridge control is in favor of Spark as well as the bot, Mr. Roboto, as I like to call him. No, we've been talking about the push bot, but I love to give... Exactly, and you know what? If it's Rob, that could be his cousin out there too. Fitz on the Sombra though, with Avril having that tangent. I love how passionate he was about talking about the Sombra. Well, we can agree here. That's why we really haven't been seeing that much Sombra, but with Fitz starting off here, you could see that they've gotten some practice. They've been able to isolate Irony, who still gets to survive, does have Super Rich to help him out at the same time here. And Alpha Yi is going to be able to back up a little bit with another anti getting onto Vindame and Prophet.
And that's going to be Irony converted there from Prophet with the Helix rockets. Such a shame as well, taking them out right before they got the nano boost online. Alpha Yi's getting into position. Huge nade again from the Ana. And this looks like it's Seoul starting to take control of the fight. Oh, clutch bubble there to save Alpha Yi, but it won't keep him alive for too long. That's the performance we want to see from Prophet, who's rocking the Soldier 76. That's in a really strong position right now.
It's been difficult though. Fitz does have an EMP at the very least. He was able to control for a good amount of time, clear out that push bot. But with Smurf now taking care of Bernard, you could already see Vindame is going to try to taxi over Prophet right back to the heat of the action, while the Spark now have to try to regain control over this bot.
Yo, shout out to Vindame's bow, by the way. A nice little bow in his hair. I'm appreciating it. Lining up to the next fight though, Vicky. Couple of ultimates on the board. I'm looking towards Smurf's Graviton Surge. Should be making an entry here. I think Fitz might kick things off with the EMP, even get into a good position. More of a disruptor, not as strong as it used to be. Just biding his time, goes for the hack. Oh, not able to complete that one.
Oh, they knew!
And there's the Graviton Surge. EMP in the middle, finds 4. Irony can still get the nano boost out if they need to in this fight, Vicky.
A huge here, and even though he didn't get Irony, he still catches him at the very end with the hack, and Smurf with the follow-up on top of it all. Creative giving him over the nano boost to boost up that damage, to clear up the Spark, and this is the shift of momentum that we really needed to see from the Dynasty here on push, because like you said, Trid, it's very volatile here. It could go back and forth, but it could be over in an instant here with just a little bit of momentum.
I don't think the Spark have done enough here to get those forward spawns just yet. They're about to surpass their own marker. I think Spark can get out here and hold position. Like I said, they didn't use that nano boost that's available. They've given it over straight away. Bernard's become a bit of a raid boss. Ooh. He's walking forward. It's Alpha Yi. Not in position to hit up with the grab. Doesn't have to do anything. The work's been done by the rest of his team. Just the grab and the nano boost to get that done for Spark, and here's the swingy nature. It's going back the other direction.
It's like a pendulum. It's literally going back and forth here. But this is what I like. The bot isn't tired of this. He's down for this cardio here, and I really like the fact that they now have the Test Blossom online from Alpha Yi. But you gotta take your eyes and peek at Fitz, who is sneaking around the corner to try to isolate Alpha Yi. You can see him now trying to find the opportunity. He has found him out. He knows here with that hack that he's also got that Death Blossom, but he doesn't go very far. And the Zarya bubble to cover him on top of it all now too.
I just bounced off the wall a little bit there. Inefficient position for that translocator. Great TP from Alpha Yi, trying to show Fitz how a teleportation is supposed to be done. Doesn't confirm any kills, but pushes Dynasty further away. And they're going to go ahead and unlock those forward spawns temporarily. It's going to give them a lot of momentum in this map, Vicky.
Oh, and the follow-up!
Oh my God,
top of that, are you kidding me? He got the whole team with the EMP. You not got the supports. Bernard is running for his life, and Prophet now is going to be able to move all the way up to try to at least continue on the pressure. But you thought that they had that bot right around the corner, and they had another thing coming if you're the Seoul Dynasty.
Yeah, he just dropped the EMP. Prophet's already lined up. He's got the spray on, then drops the Helix rocket to find the double. Very efficient kills coming out from the seasoned damage dealer for Seoul Dynasty. Keep pushing it backwards. Good ground war happening at the moment, right behind the bot. Smurf versus Bernard. Playing around cover really well. His shy nano boost. Attack visor, they haven't got another bubble spare, so he has to flee. Smurf's going to spare one for himself. He runs straight into the loving arms of Alpha Yi. And this is just a slaughter field. That nano boost on the Prophet wasn't enough to save him. Clearance for the Spark once more. But Bob? I'm going to call him Bob, even though that's not his name. He's running away anyway until they cleared out Vindame. I'm sorry, that's not fair. I shouldn't be using the same name for multiple robots in this game. They are all different. They all have their own perspectives and experiences.
You're right. Bastion is just another word for Bob there, too. I like this idea here, Trid. Absolutely not, though. At the same time, you see him now just swapping over. See the Spark now. Irony getting hacked over to the side by Fitz. Smurf's got that grab, though. Got to keep your eye on that as Prophet wants to take to a better position so that way he can really utilize that visor. Irony getting hacked still. Getting harassed on the top of the bridge. Ooh, a nice anti there too, and Prophet gets taken down like you were just saying right there, Trid. Smurf gets taken out. Bernard now going to be able to reverse this. Look at the damage output that he's putting down as Vendame meets his end there too. And a nice clear here for the Spark as they get to wrap around that next corner.
Yeah, we've got 2 minutes left on the clock. I don't think there's too much of an outlier position that's been generated from either teams yet, so it's still very much winnable for both parties. We will reach a point, though, where it becomes an uphill battle for one. Looking at the setup for the next fight, Prophet has the tactical visor. Fitz is trying to line up the EMP, goes for the hack on the Alpi. That will make them vulnerable, forces out a bubble. So close to getting the ultimate online. They get control of the payload, start moving it back, and Prophet's on the hunt. But the rest of the Spark have gone. They've gone, I'm a dip, I'm out. See you later, homie. And runs away. And that's all they need to do. They know they got some clearance with that bot going back anyway. So now Seoul Dynasty being forced against it. There's that EMP, but they immediately lose Fitz for it. Prophet's on the back burner. As Gate takes the high ground. They just give that to him this time around. He has to fight against the tactical visor. They're just locked behind all these angles, Vicky. They're unable to find anything. I mean, Shy can just pick off these kills on the back line, on the front line, whichever line he wants to follow, really.
Yeah, and with that EMP, unfortunately only landing onto Shy and Alpha, you saw Bernard off to the side, just being able to bubble Shy. Shy had the visor there too at the very end. It was a nice cleanup there for the Spark. And meanwhile, Prophet is still...
Prophet's still behind him.
Mr. Worldwide. He is Mr. World... taking legs to a different level here. He's going in for the flank. He's trying to go in for the sandwich, and he successfully finds Shy at the same time. Super Rich is also hacked. Are you serious right now? It worked. It worked. Prophet, Mr. Worldwide, making his way through the back line of Spark. And they still find these trades, but this is even better as the bot now changes its course immediately.
Oh, and Seoul Dynasty, they needed that. They needed that, Vicky. Look how much distance they have to travel. They've got about 50, 60 meters behind Hangzhou Spark that they're going to have to make up here. And of course, once we hit overtime, they die. It's all over. They have to do this in one fight. And with Alfie, with the Death Blossom, you got Burner with the Grappling Surge online. It's going to be difficult. Proactive grab from Smurf, but he goes down already.
No sound barrier there for Super Rich there too. Couldn't tack on to the Spark. And are you serious? They stayed off the bots there too. They couldn't clear it out on time. And the Spark, with that aggression there, are able to take map number 1. So volatile on push, but what I really liked their Trid was how back and forth we saw between the Spark and the Dynasty. Even a nice little cheeky flank that we saw from the Dynasty at that point.
I just think that Prophet just went on the world's greatest detour around the world in 80 days to get behind the Spark, and they didn't deal with it. He came in with his team right at the right time to grab the support he needed. He was pretty much frontlining in that fight, but he was able to have that impact, shut down a couple of members of the Spark, and ultimately give them a foothold in that, well, ultimately last fight. But unfortunately, as it's been highlighted a couple of times, you do reach a point, the event horizon of push, if you would, where it's really hard to come back from.
It really is. Good thing, map number 2, Dorado, something we're all very familiar with. It's going to be Escort here, guys. Don't go anywhere. This is the Overwatch League, and we got map number 2 underway. Welcome back, everyone. We are moving on to game number 2 here within our very last series in APAC, and it's nice to see Spark sparking things up a little bit. I mean, now they take map number 1, and they have a lot of options here, Trid, if they want to sub in a new player.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just still trying to recover from the first map. We know that push is a little bit swingy and it can go either way, but I think coming into this season, looking at what Seoul Dynasty had in their possession, we're expecting Seoul to be a very incredibly strong team this season, up there challenging the likes of the Shanghai Dragons, but if you were paying attention to the entire broadcast, kind of expectations have been thrown out the window a little bit. I'm not willing to write off either team heading into map 2, but it is, as you said, Vicky, really promising to see that the Spark are in a good spot right now, and we're also looking at a substitution. Bernard out, Guangzhou in, and looking at what we've seen so far, Vicky, which is a lot of Winston in the APAC region, and just in general, it does not surprise me we're going to see Smurf and Guangzhou throw it down.
Absolutely. It's going to be monkey madness here in this lobby. And I like this decision, too, because you take a look at Smurf. Smurf individually is such a strong player. I mean, if anybody could do it, Smurf absolutely can. But I had my thoughts when it came to the Smurf Zarya. So now that we can see Smurf in his comfort here against a player like Guangzhou, the question remains, can Guangzhou match that to Smurf? Because we know the potential that Smurf brings out here, but Guangzhou, I feel like Guangzhou, really strong in his own accord, has something to prove here when it comes to the monkey ditto.
Oh, I remember many an Overwatch World Cup watching Guangzhou perform before we had the expansion into having more Asia and Chinese teams, and there was a lot of hype around him coming into that. It does not surprise me that he still continues to be an incredibly strong tank player.
Oh.
Smurf is teasing me, but let's focus on the Spark for now. So we got Shy and Alpha Yi going on to the Ash and Echo with the Mercy pocket coming in from Super Rich. Now, we saw this on Ilios, I believe, in the previous series, and we scratched our heads a little bit at it, but let's see if Spark can make it work on an escort-type map.
Yeah, there was a few reasons why we were wondering, you know, the Ash. We've been seeing a few Ashes come out, depending on what maps we're going to, the long sight lines. Shy, of course, has Super Rich right here. And this is something that Super Rich could bounce off of between Alpha Yi and Shy. You got two players that you could just continuously pocket, while also Guangzhou is right there to help you reposition if Alpha Yi isn't available. So this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out for the Spark.
Oh, I'm loving the Prophet Tracer. Fits on the Widowmaker as well for the open. Gets a dink on the Guangzhou. For the confirmation, another headshot, but that's a big old monkey with a lot of health. It's not going to take him out for now. Let's see where the switch up comes for the Seoul Dynasty. Fitz on the Soldier. Are you surprised?
Nope, not at all. That's legs for a reason. We saw what Fitz has the potential to do on push, but Guangzhou taking the high ground here. It's going to be up to Seoul to try to take a better angle, maybe try to contest for the high ground there. You can see actually Fitz already wasting no time getting into position, but he sees Alpha Yi right in front of him that he's got to tack on some of that pressure. But Guangzhou now is going to be forced off of that high ground to clear some space over for the rest of Dynasty to move in.
Beautiful pathing there from Fitz. Gets the pocket in from Vindame as well, who's going to be the escort service moving them forward. Taking a lot of space and got them into the market already. Don't think they're going to have the impact they're looking for fighting against the Soldier 76. It's incredibly strong right now. They send Guangzhou through the window. It's not going to be able to clear him too far away because the legs is a slippery Soldier, as he will move away fast.
See him now just backing off a little bit. I love this respect here, but look at these angles that the Dynasty's taking. Fitz already trying to get into a nice off angle. He sees Shy right up ahead, but here comes Super Rich immediately, just trying to move away from the hands of Prophet. Prophet just putting in a lot of pressure while splitting some attention. Guangzhou gets put to sleep. He gets taken out. Alpha Yi, though, trades that for Fitz. Like this here, as Irony did have that nano boost to help continue on that domination here, as Fitz was the one to go down. You see Prophet still putting on some of that pressure over to the side, but no one trying to overcommit. Now Prophets could actually dive in to follow up from Smurf, but everybody from the Spark is spread out so thin that it's difficult for the Dynasty to actually target down one player.
I guess everyone's just all over the place. It's not a cohesive unit to really coordinate anything with. Everyone's got such mobility on this team. Pulse bomb online for Prophet. Just looking for that backline. He saw a dash. He saw the Ana. Waiting for the opportunity to do so. Here's the counterpart coming in. You've got yourself Smurf in the back of the field. Alpha Yi takes out Fitz once more off to the side with the focusing beam. In the pocket from Irony once more. Nano boost over to Prophet. He's online after throwing the pulse bomb away. Gets Shy down. Looks for the Mercy. He's going to cap the course to stop the rev. But the Guardian Angel puts him straight into the whip shot of Vindame. And the Seoul Dynasty get point A, open up the map.
There's nowhere for you to run Super Witch, or Super Rich. Prophet.
Super Witch?
I had the Mercy Halloween skin stuck in mind real quick, Trid, but
okay.
At the
That's
same
fair.
time though, you thought you had a plan, and Prophets was right there waiting for you, and he's still in the corner. He's waiting for Irony to come out from those spawn doors. He's gonna back up a little bit. He's in the line of sight of Creative, so he's just gonna continue pushing up a little bit to see if he could isolate anybody from the Spark.
And I like what the Spark are doing. They take the high ground. They're leaving a very safe position for Irony right now, all the way at the back. They don't know where Prophet is until he's just been spotted. They can make a few good guesses, but they just allow Irony uninterrupted with Prophet. Is going to go horribly wrong for them. Commitment on the high ground. Fits with a tactical visor. Oh, God. Spark have just been mowed down right outside the facility of Dorado.
Can we talk about that dive together, though? The composition that we are seeing shine through for the Seoul Dynasty. Prophet, Smurf diving in, Fitz going in for the flank. Great angle to create a Soul sandwich, but right now, Spark are trying to actually retaliate, get right back to the choke point, but they still got to do something about Prophet, who has been harassing the backline and has not moved from this position.
I feel like they're just trying to deal with the rest of Seoul Dynasty and hope that Prophet doesn't have the impact. When they can do stuff like that, where they double pocket Alfie and allow them to go into Fitz, I mean, they can clear out, they can win the fights. They can ignore Prophet if they can clean it up quickly, but these fights get elongated, that's when the problems start to rise, and Alpha Yi able to just bring himself down to the ground, deal with Prophet, but he was the last member of Seoul to go down.
And he needed all the help there, too. Like you said, the double pocket, basically. The nano boost, you got Super Rich right behind them, but you also got the duplicate coming online soon. You got the Valk coming online soon. So it's going to be nice here to see what the Spark do while they try to hold on to that higher ground. You see Fitz now getting into position on the Widow. He's going to try to get a nice play that we saw going down day one of Overwatch League just last weekend. It was a really interesting series that we had seen. Fitz now going to try to replicate the same thing on the Widow now. Just trying to go look down through the sight lines without trying to overextend.
Are you feeling lucky, Spark? Do you want to poke Fitz when he's holding the angle? I don't think you do. Unless you're Gushway, you don't really do that. Gonna see Smurf go over the top. Takes a few shots before landing down. Isolated, focusing beam for Alpha Yi. Smurf not having the support they needed to be able to be in that position. Duplication online. I feel like we're gonna get 3 monkeys on the field somehow. Oh, he's gone for the Ana clone instead. Alpha Yi opts for the healing option instead. Vindame will just walk the rest of the team out. Okay, Alpha Yi, we can see why you don't play Ana. You got skills, but you don't know how to work with the Fire Nage just yet. You got the Nano Boost over to Gushway. Unfortunately, it's going to be timing out with the expiration of that ultimate. Gushway just riding the lightning right now. Vindame goes down. He's going to go on the hunt with 1 minute remaining. Oh, Fitch, got to run, buddy. Use the grappling hook, he gets support and will stay up, but it's Gushway now panicking because the counter divers come in, and Smurf, he gets bored, he goes off to find another option.
Gushway gets that health back there too, so he gets to be saved. Irony also has the nano boost. You can see Fitz now. Going to be able to have a sight. Going to be able to see where they're positioned by the high ground here, because time and time again, Seoul Dynasty, they're trying to take these different angles, but it's not working out for them. Alpha E has been popping off on this Echo. Nice flex DPS rookie, really shining. Gushway's put to sleep there too, and you talk about the duplicate, and you talk about the nano boost here from Irony, but Vindame and Creative get taken out. That's your backline that's out of the picture, and even Vindame making the quick swap over to the Lucio.
That was Irony coming in with the Bionade as well. Both supports, I believe, were hit down by that. Couldn't get the sustain. And then Creative and Vindane got taken out. Luckily, Smurf had the panic button in the form of the Primal Rage to keep the fight going. Buys enough time for the reinforcements to come in as we're about to hit overtime. Needs to stay on this point. Prophet's there to circulate. There's a lot of stall available for the Seoul Dynasty, and if they start picking off players like Alpha Yi, it's going to open it back up for them.
You got the rally, though. You got Super Rich now coming through. You see Gushway with the Primal ready as well to just delay what Seoul Dynasty desperately need. Look at them hugging around the corner. They see Gushway right there, but he's just going to reset with that Primal despite the anti-landing on him from Creative. Now, to match that, Smurf has the nano boost. You see him clearing out a lot of space.
Primal Rage?
Yeah, the second Primal Rage that you were talking about there too, and he could just reset immediately afterwards. So they're just trickling down at this point, Trid.
Oh, they were able to win the fight without it. Prophet playing cleanup duty once more on Alfie and Super Rich. Stagger irony, but there's no point. They want to keep it moving. 1 minute 20 moving into the final section of this map. I think if we are going to see Seoul Dynasty come out with the completion here, Vicky, they're going to end up doing it in overtime, considering the time bank they have, and also the ultimates available. Bob, going to burn down that time bank quite a lot. You got a nano boost online, duplication coming up as well. Unless this is an absolute steamroll, I can see this being quite difficult for completion.
Yeah, there's so much contention on the field, like you mentioned here. And when you have less than a minute now, with that payload wrapping around that next corner, look at this position from the Spark here, too. Going to be difficult. It's going to enable Shy, but it's not going to enable Super Rich right there, too. Creative finding him and just allowing Smurf to just dive in on the high ground right there.
The timing is impeccable from these two on the dive, Vicky. Every time they're about to drop down, get in position, the purple spreads across the field, cutting down all the healing and enabling Smurf to do what he does best, get in the backline and disturb everything. 25 seconds remaining on the cusp of completion, and they're not looking any closer to turning this down as Shy cannot get out on the field. Gushway's nano boosted with the Primal Rage. He'll take a quick nap, but I think he's done enough.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is Smurf at his prime. We know what he's capable of, and nobody could even leave that little side room. He also finds irony. Prophet gets the stick onto Alpha Yi, and Alpha Yi can't go away. They can't even contend. They actually managed to push it to the finish line, Trid.
More importantly, Vicky, they did it with time remaining, 1.2 seconds as well. Ooh, I love all of this. I love the fact they were able to just eke out with overtime. Yes, everyone will get time extensions if they both end up completing, but it does mean that Spark are going to have to go the entire distance to get another attempt on this map and stop the equalization of Seoul Dynasty in this series.
I already know that Smurf, the handshake with Creative, enabling him to go on the high ground there too, clear everybody from the Spark who had a plan, who had those ults to delay the Seoul Dynasty, and it did not work for them because Smurf forced all of those players off of that high ground.
Everyone has a plan until you have a Winston diving in your face. It's a bit of a distraction, if I'm honest with you, Vicky. I think if I'm staring down a gorilla with a Tesla cannon, I think that I'm a little bit on edge and not able to cognitively function to my fullest.
I'll think to myself, where did my Uber driver take me? I have no idea where I am right now. I'm only staring at Smurf, forcing you out. And then Prophet in your backline there too, going in for a flank. Quite literally the sandwich that the Dynasty love. I mean, we heard it from the Dynasty themselves when they came out with that really fire video. The same Soul, but a new Dynasty. This is what I like to see here. But the Spark putting on a great performance. You can see Shy is going to be on that Widow seat. They could get a little cheeky pick right before they go through the gates.
It has to be done. You have to go for it. You never know who's going to step out of line. Good chunk of damage given over. Keeping an eye out for a squishier target, but you're not going to find it. You just break the bubble instead. And you'll probably go switch over to, I imagine, Shy. He's been playing the Ashe. He might go out for the Ashe, or he could go over to the Soldier. I really don't know which way this is going to go.
Shy still putting on so much pressure from the high ground there too. Now trying to take a little off angle. At the same time, you can see Prophet still trying to find their way with Smurf though. Hand in hand, as we always do. Irony has nowhere to go. Dies in front of the spawn room doors. And Prophet's going to get away from that. He says, you know what? I will happily take that. And look who's right there as his insurance policy. It's going to be Smurf with the bubble.
They did go for the resurrection there, trying to get people back up sooner, but Seoul have not been dislodged from this high ground. They need to send someone up there to deal with Smurf, or at least put pressure elsewhere on the map to force him to commit to another fight. And Shy going over to the Soldier. That mobility and that damage is going to be useful at repositioning and forcing some attacks, but Prophet with the dash forward simultaneously on the dink onto Shy, who has not been allowed to play Overwatch today, Vicky. Has not been able to play Overwatch on this round.
It's so unfortunate. And now even making the swap over to the Ashe, you're going to want to try to take at least the high ground from right underneath Alpha Yi. You're going to also have that pocket from Super Rich, but you have to get through the wall that is Smurf and Prophet. Prophet is still on a tear. He's still trying to contest Super Rich, who's falling extremely low, but see, Irony's right there to help him out.
Ooh, we're so close to getting Super Rich out of the sky there with the Tesla cannon. He wasn't able to stay on it for too long. They've given that nano boost over to Alpha Yi. It looks like a one fight for the Spark. They're boxing them away, forcing them into the market. In this payload further down the line. Alpha Yi close to that duplication. We've seen a lot of Ana dupes coming in at the moment. There's the spray down onto Vindame. Shy more than happy to provide the assist there with that damage onto both of them.
Nice little win right there for the Spark, giving them some space here. Can see the Dynasty respecting that. They're not going to be able to clear the corner just yet, but Alpha Yi catching Smurf over to the side. He's got Primal. He can immediately reset if he needs here. The duplicate for Alpha Yi, too. He's so little. I mean, look at this. The duplicate for the duplicate. I mean, this is actually insane right now. We are going bananas, Trid. And Smurf now can immediately get right back to the payload while Fitz and Prophet are clearing everything else behind Smurf.
Yeah, I was unsure about that one from Alpha Yi. Like, you're going point-blank range with a Winston who has relative safety with the bubble and a high HP pool. You're not playing to your strength right there, I feel. So to have that showdown and be like, oh, who's actually stuck in here with who? And Smurf just comes out on top on that one. Like, it doesn't surprise me at all.
What was extra funny right there was that Smurf was blocking that window a little bit too. So even if Alpha Yi wanted to get away, he had to go the longer way behind him because he was like, wait, there's a big monkey blocking my way. Now you can see Alpha Yi making the swap over to the Reaper. We don't have a Zarya on board here, though. It's going to be up to Gushue to just dive with him and put down that bubble for some safety.
Well, Alpha Yi taking a few shots over at Prophet. I feel like he's going to get outpaced here. Might not be able to keep up with the pace of the action. Of course, if he can stay on the payload, force the contest and get free damage just like this onto Smurf. Big enough of a distraction for Shy to click some heads. That's two so far in this fight. The bubble doesn't last too long. And that's all of Seoul being cleared out. Time Bank was run down, but they will get an extension moving into the next section of this map.
Yeah, Smurf knew that he just needed to reset right there, too. Now seeing, though, what Seoul has in store for us. You see Creative with the Nano Boost. You see the Rally online for Prindame. And the same thing could be said here with Gushue having the Primal, Irony with the Nano Boost themselves. It's going to be an eye onto Alpha Yi, and with Shy going to be able to delay the inevitable with the Bob, you know that they're going to want to take control over the high ground right here, Trid.
Look at this stack up as well. They're getting ready for something big. They're going to emerge out onto the high ground. They'll still have all their mobility to play with. Nano Boost onto the Reaper, into the center of the fight. They're highlighting Smurf. They want to put him under pressure, knowing that they're not able to escape from this chaos. Alpha Yi will have to retreat. Seoul lose that high ground, and now they've got the supports up there instead. A very powerful position for them to be in. They can see a lot more of the action from that position.
Now Spark are going to be able to take up that real estate. You see Alpha Yi dropping down a little bit here too, as Creative now is matched. Smurf just on his tail here too. About to get the Primal on top of it all, but here comes the name at least with the help and the peel, and now the Nano Boost onto Smurf to clear up that next corner. You have nowhere to run, Super Rich. I'm sorry here. Prophet was going to meet you on the other side as he was able to meet up with Irony, and now the Spark need to go for another reset.
I'm going to find an oil salesman. I feel like the ball bearings in his skates didn't move fast enough for him to escape there. Need to like grease up those wheels a bit. Maybe he could have got out there. Max range on Smurf. Heelys? Will Lucio rock the Heelys? I don't even know that.
I feel like that's exactly what he would rock.
I feel like that would slow them down a little bit more. Less wheels mean less speed in my head.
Oh, you know what? Very true. Very, very true. Now Smurf is going to dive up to the high ground, going to get out of that sticky situation there. Doesn't want to meet up with the Spark over by the other side, especially looking at the economy that the Spark have. Shy on the high ground, sending out the Bob, trying to force out the Soul off of the high ground here.
I don't even know where Bob went. You see, there you go. He's nicely in the corner underneath the bridge. He's backing up Alpha Yi right now, cutting off reinforcements from the Soul, who went behind Spark. Death Blossom's an option for them. He's not going to need it to take down Smurf. It's point blank. Prophet is around his dive buddy once more, but he's on the hunt for that giant monkey. And finally takes him out right at the end. I think we got one more fight in this section. Looking at the resources for Seoul. Pulse Bomb, Primal Rage. Could do it, but Alpha Yi's in a great position to just clear them off the point.
No.
That Dynamite, they knew exactly where Prophet was.
It was extra beautiful. Was Prophet staring aimlessly at the no health pack, and a nice stick there on the Irony. That's huge. You go on the Nano Boost if you're the Spark. You only have less than 10 seconds left, and Prophet is still terrorizing your team. Yeah, you have the Sound Barrier, but you don't have Alpha Yi. You don't have the Death Blossom. You have two players out here. Gushue isn't even out there with the Primal. You have Smurf tearing it up, and the Seoul Dynasty take map number 2.
That was a panic beat coming out there at the end from Super Rich. I was genuinely convinced they were going to die mid-beat. Their health went so low. And that was just the aggression coming out from the Seoul Dynasty to put the backline under pressure. That fight started, and both of the supports were still trying to do recovery breathing. They could not get anything together. And the fight fell apart for the Spark. They could not enable the Alpha Yi Death Blossom to come into play and clear some space for them. fantastic from the Seoul Dynasty, and they're going to tie out the series 1-1.
I absolutely love what I'm seeing within this first day of APAC Trade. It's absolutely chaotic, and other than the first series, I'm not surprised to see how the compositions have been swapping up between a lot of these teams. Now, as we have a tied series on our hands between the Spark and Dynasty, we got map number 3 coming up soon, guys. Don't go anywhere. This is the Overwatch League. Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League. We got map number 3 coming up soon here, and it's nice to see the change-ups that we could expect from the Spark. Yeah, we highlighted it before we jumped into the series here, Trid, but we could expect Gushue and Bernard to keep making these rotations around. But what's great for us, Trid, is that from these changes, we could assume the Zarya, the composition that the Spark won map number 1 with, is definitely going to be coming out.
Yeah, and I'd love to see that on a more stable map type. I believe we're going over to, I believe Midtown's going to be our next map, so definitely not as volatile as what you see from a push game type. So we'll really get a good example of what the Zarya can do for Spark, if that is what Bernard ultimately goes to play here, which we're assuming they would. I can't help but feel for Smurf, though. He's probably sat there going, oh, Spark, you got any of those spare tanks? I feel like putting my feet up for a game, see if I can have some recovery. You know, he looks over to the sideline, he sees Gushue, feet up, being fanned by the Billy organization. It's just, honestly, he's just living his best life right now. And the Smurfs out here are a workhorse on the Winston, which I'm sure we're probably going to see more of moving into this next map. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see Smurf whip out the Zarya again, if that's the comp direction that Seoul Dynasty are going to go with for this map.
Yeah, I'm wondering how that's going to play out, because when we talk about Midtown as a map, one of the newest towns that we're going to see in Overwatch 2, there's a lot of those open sight lines. We witnessed it in the last series, actually, and that's something that I was able to note, where we had the Widows 1v1s, where you have a lot of that clear space around that next corner, where taking that high ground is key, but that next high ground that you approach the payload with on the other side that overlooks a lot of that high ground angle is super key in maintaining that aggression. So I'm wondering what we're going to be seeing. If we are going to see the Winstons, are we going to be able to see the cover around those corners? Are we going to see them try to force off either these Widows or the Ashes that we've been witnessing coming out from the Dynasty and Spark? Or are we going to be seeing the Zarya come out instead and still try to run what I like to call the dirty bubble, because I feel like calling it the ghost dive is too edgy for me, but that's what we get when we have Reaper involved.
Not to put you on the spot, Vicky. Why are we calling it the dirty bubble?
I don't know.
Where is this name
Dirty
come
bubble
from?
sounds amazing. I don't know. It's Reaper and Zarya. It's dirty.
Yeah, it is kind of filthy. I'm trying to work out though. We got a cleaner name for it.
We see ghost dive for it
from
too.
dirty bubble that we don't want to be associated with. So I feel like you can probably find something more efficient. But of course, Midtown, based on New York City, it's Profit taking the Seoul Dynasty to go and visit their good old friend Gesture, who got picked up in a coaching position at the New York Excelsior this week. So I'm really curious for the NA games that we're going to see later on in the day. See if there's been any impact on the Excelsior roster.
Yeah, for now we'll take a little trip downtown to the Big Apple instead here, map number 3. I'm thinking about so many different names in general for that comp here, Trid. Again, I've been seeing the Ghost Dive, I saw the Dirty Bubble. I saw somebody say Double Bubble. I don't know, I felt like that was a little cursed, but it does make sense, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, tell you what, hashtag OWL 2022. Let us know your suggestions for the composition name. At Vicky, at me. I might read them, I don't know. Depends how tired I feel after this, but we'll find out. Looking at the compositions that Spark are rolling out with. So we are getting the Zarya from Bernard. Alfie on the rollout with the Torbjorn.
This is interesting. This is interesting. We talk about controlling the high ground a little bit. I'm expecting that high ground next to the train carts are going to be contested here by Alpha Yi. Going to be able to help cover Shy there a little bit there too. We're going to have to see how this is going to work out, because honestly, with Alpha Yi coming out with a Torb, I definitely feel like the Spark have a plan up their sleeve that's going to catch the Dynasty off guard a little bit.
That's actually an accolade now that I think about it. If Alpha Yi in their Overwatch League debut gets a hammer kill,
oh,
that's it.
Yep.
That's the peak of their achievement right there.
I'm going to sign a medal for him just with his name on it. But he has to get it. That's going to be the goal here.
Yes.
And first off, you're going to have Dynasty try to figure out a good rotation for it. They're already getting met up by the Spark over by the other side. I like this nice little disengage here. Nobody trying to overcommit.
Trying to get the location of where that turret is set up. It's good in the choke point, protecting both the supports on the high ground. It's a strong position to have. You can see how split the Seoul Dynasty are. You got a forward and backwards operating unit. Nice sleep there onto Bernard, who's going to take a quick nap. Turret taken down. There's the dive in from Smurf, who's still sticking with that Winston. Controlling the staircase, trying to isolate, gets himself back to safety. Tokyo drifting across the top of the train to get back there.
I look at the quick reposition here from Seoul. They lost out on creative though, which is going to be huge. Smurf taking a lot of damage. So is Profit as he gets taken out. May have to be a reset right here for the Dynasty, but the Spark were playing around the Dynasty's rotations. They were just counter-rotating them, and actually being able to regroup right there was absolutely huge.
Heads on a swivel for Spark, who have just been able to, as you said, Vicky, keep an eye on all the movement. Seoul Dynasty, like I said, they had the forward dive, they had Fitz and Creative holding back in this high ground position they wanted to maintain over the fight. They're chasing down multiple angles now. If you look at where the turret is and where you've got Alpha Yi lined up, they've got 2 sight lines just focusing both entries of Avenue to this site.
Got the Nano Boost online here for Creative. Also have that match with Irony over by the other side. You also have Bob online, but it's Fitz who's taking the lead here. He's got the visor. Gonna ignore the Bob after Shaw gets taken on immediately afterwards.
Oh, no.
But you can't do that to
trapped in the
Bernard.
corner.
What are you gonna do? Where are you gonna go? He also had the Nano Boost on himself here, as Irony was able to shoot that out from the back. And now with Fitz and Profit down, you're Smurf taking a quick little nap. Creative and Vindame gonna have to back up.
Imagine being Fitz and sidestepping the knockup from the Bob, only to enter an even stronger raid boss, running you down and crunching you in the corner. A nano-boosted Bernard with high energy sat there. And also, if you look at the angle as well, where that turret is set up, that was probably also peppering him at the same time. I saw him keep bringing the turret back up, but don't get a lot of Torbjorns, let's be real here. So it's nice to see one come out on the map. Molten Core available, so this will make this even harder to approach choke points as we move into the final minute of the map.
Here we go, let's see. It's gonna be difficult to try to at least clear some of that space. You see Smurf, he's got the primal, he's got the reset. Vindame takes care of the turret too. Here comes a grab attempt, but Profit immediately takes care of Bernard at the same time. Everyone was put together, but then you're gonna get taken out without using the Molten Core. Are you kidding me?
Vindame called an ambulance, but not for him as he takes out Alpha Yi. Generating the ultimate as well, doesn't even need to use the sound barrier. I think we might get one more contest from Hangzhou Spark. Burner switching over to the Doomfist just to get on and touch. The last second gets himself into position. Shy's found Fitz. This opens it back up for the Spark. They're committing ultimates as well, Vicky. You've got the rally being popped in by Super Rich. Dragon Blade from Profit takes out one support, but they haven't dealt with the Brigitte. And the Molten Core on the field, it shuts down some angles, but ultimately I don't see Spark walking away with this one, because Vindame is going on a fragging spree on the Lucio.
This is crazy. They forced out so many ults, though, in that interaction just to desperately get this payload moving. They're going to make the swap right back. We actually saw the Doom real quick coming out from Bernard, just so that way they can get right back into position. But this is a great look because you still have Shy Bob, you still have Irony out here with the Nano Boost. Meanwhile, all of Dynasty needed to utilize a lot of those ults. Midas Fitz was about to get Visor just to get that point.
So much being burnt there. I like Fitz's position, but he has to give it up here. Not a lot of support from that angle, and they have to give Spark this high ground territory for now. Nano Boost is available, with the Monkey just trying to force them away and create a path for the payload to be moved underneath this platform. Spark, hold on for now, waiting for the cooldowns. Fitz in a great shooting gallery position. He pops that tactical visor, won't have the Nano Boost to help him. He's gonna have Alpha Yi go in. He's hunting down a lone Creative. Not so lone anymore. We get two of the fastest members coming to shut him. Alpha Yi goes back into Chaos as well. Smurf, I think, was playing Distraction on the back line. Doesn't want to go down. Here's that tactical visor from Fitz, opening it up onto the Spark, but he does not get very far before he runs into the raid boss Burner again.
Oh, but it forces Bernard off a little bit right there. The respect, the moment that you see Profit also dive in, he's about to get the blade himself there too. I really like the fact that they were able to help cover Creative at the end with Fitz taking that nice angle. You were able to just have Alpha Yi in your line of sight. Alpha Yi getting antied. Where was he going to go at that point? Now making our way through the car wash a little bit. This choke point is so difficult because the spawn's right there, but the Bob now from Shy as the blade's been released. Profit gets two. He takes care of Irony and Shy, even though Creative gets taken down, but Creative was still able to utilize that Nano Boost at the same time right before.
Run, Profit! Run! Oh, thank God, Super Rich came in there and got himself killed. Profit with the cut down after the healing came in from Vindame, who seems to just be everywhere in this map. Smurf, I think you earned a nap. 40 seconds remaining, and there's the secure. Moving into the final section of Midtown. Once again, Seoul Dynasty have a sizable time bank to play with, and there's no signs of them showing down. They can play very aggressively here with that beat from Vindame if they want to, but I think they're going to try and hold out and see what the Spark roll out with the initiation.
They're going to have that blade on soon if you're looking at Alpha Yi. Bernard's going to have the grab. Irony's going to want to take a nice high ground, but a more passive position to try to build up that Nano Boost. And Super Rich is also going to be right there with the rally. The Spark looking fantastic, just minus Shy without the visor. See Profit though on the Reaper. He's looking to take a nice little angle shortly. See what damage that could be done here. But now you're playing a lot more close quarters in this last point of Midtown for it.
Wasn't able to sneak in that teleport there at the end. Prophet already spotted out. Really hard to contest that position for Alpha Yi. You play backwards, Fitz snipes him with the Helix rockets. You're missing your Genji. Spark push the panic button, they get the rally down. Fitz moving into position. Waiting for something. I think he's waiting for the push to come through, but actually Sparker playing very patient right now, just staying where they are with the rally and keeping control of the objective.
It's super important. They have less than a minute now, Trid. So you see the Seoul Dynasty wrapping around the corner with the visor, but they get caught in the grab. You got the sound barrier, but is it going to be enough? Look at this huge ante onto Smurf and Fitz. Smurf can't live through it, but Fitz does. He uses those nice legs to get out of that position, but with Prophet getting taken down, it's going to have to be a reset for Seoul, because now they have less than 30 seconds on the clock.
That would have been so much worse for the Seoul Dynasty if Vindame didn't pop the sound barrier there. Yeah, sure, you can deny the healing, you can't deny the shields, and while Smurf went down, Fitz was able to stay up a little bit longer, but it makes no difference to Alpha Yi. Final fight here for the Seoul Dynasty, I imagine, as we've got a Nano Blade coming out from Alpha Yi. All eyes on the Genji as we move into the final clash of this attempt.
Less than 10 seconds now, they gotta go in for the contention. You see Smurf moving in. Nano Boost online here too. Creative is also going to try to counter that, but here comes the blade onto Alpha Yi and the Nano Boost and Shy's Visor. Just going to be all the damage in the world under the sun, and nobody from the Dynasty that can contest right here. Overtime ticking away, and Alpha Yi is still terrorizing the rest of the Dynasty with a nice team wipe.
I loved what Alpha Yi did there. Immediately chose the attention over the Prophet, closest target to them. Nano Boost, Bubble goes over the Prophet, and Alpha Yi just goes, alright, Psych 2 for flinching, dashes to the back line, takes out both the supports, while the rest of his team cleans up everything else and deals with that empowered Reaper. Love what I'm seeing from the Spark there. They had that in the bag with the Nano Blade combination. Now the benchmark has been set as they move on to the offense.
Yeah, we had our eyes on Creative and that Nano Boost too that we had seen right there, but with Shy also having the visor, Shy was just tacking on so much pressure from afar. I love what I'm seeing right here. No time, no taking that payload to the finish line. Nice little fire truck. Love the change up that we get on Midtown. But what are we going to see differently here from the Dynasty? I mean, we saw the Sparks roll out with the Torb. Didn't really work out beyond that first point there. And then immediately retaliating with a change-up of composition that really rewarded them.
Attackers incoming in 90 seconds.
No Torb, Sag. Do you think? Let's get a realistic. Let's get a vibe check on the Torb, Vicky. Do you think we'll see that again for the Spark, or do you think that was just them being silly on the day one?
I think it was being silly on the day one. I don't think we're gonna see Torb. Right. Although it was a good effort. You got the multi-core, but you couldn't even use it at the very end right there. Yeah, they were also wasting a lot of time though. And that's what I really liked there too, because it did go into overtime for quite some time, but they couldn't get that payload moving for so long.
Well, here's the rollout for the Spark. Smurf still sticking to their guns on the Winston. Bernard's been a bit of a raid boss on the Zarya so far. Makes no change this. Well, even raid bosses need naps sometimes, Vicky.
Gotta get well rested.
We're doing dynamic caster cursing right now. So, you know?
You gotta highlight it.
Seth and Avril, they did it last game. They cursed an entire round, and now look at us. We're just making Bernard take naps for no reason. They're going to emerge around the corner. Shy has to dip into cover through that bubble to get some healing. Great placement there from Smurf to cut off the resources. Shy, once again, not being given the freedom to perform on Soldier, because Smurf just keeps diving at him wherever he goes.
Where do you even go at that point, too? Smurf now just getting out there, going to be able to hold the corner of the room while Prophet takes control over the rooftop, saying, where are you guys going to be running to? You guys are cornered in this house here. See, now diving all in. Prophet and Smurf. It's a nice little sandwich here for the Seoul Dynasty, and they're going to keep going. You are just stuck in the room with no help here, and all of Seoul Dynasty on your tails.
That is the worst place you want to be against the Genji with resets, a corridor, which is exactly where Spark compacted Seoul Dynasty into. It was just reset city for Prophet to be able to dash through there. He was getting close to his first Dragon Blade, which will line up nicely with the Nano Boost from Creative that just came online. They won't even need it though. Fitz eliminates Shy before the fight even begins, burns more time. Prophet is going to have to hold on to that blade for a little bit longer, but there's so many options here for creative. We're about to get a buffet available for the Dynasty.
So there'll be a few trades in here because you're going to have all those resources like you were highlighting, just minus the sound barrier that Vindame's going to be able to get in this fight here. But same thing could be said a little bit here on the Spark side. You got Super Rich reaching that sound barrier to push in. Alpha E is close to that blade. You see Irony now keeping shot in his sights too. He's got the visor, but the blade from Prophet now as he dives in. He's trying to close in the gap. He finds Irony. He finds Alpha E right before they can get anything going. At least Irony, he keeps the nano boost. But look at this. 3-4 members now out for the Spark. They're going to come back with some resources, but some more time wasted away from their overall time ban.
But that was so important there for Seoul Dynasty to only use 2 of their 6 available ultimates in that fight. It creates a cycle as they still have 1 minute 30 to burn, and they're going to be coming up against some strong oppression from the Hangzhou Spark. Just going to point out as well, I'm fairly certain Prophet got the kill onto Alpha Yi with a deflect from Irony. I think that's what happened there, unfortunately, if I was reading the kill feed correctly. Which is unfortunate, but it happens. Hey, you panic, you try and kill him. Super Rich sussed out before the fight even begins. Again, they're hunting the Spark members before they can get set up. 1 minute remaining. They still have a few ultimates to use.
At least Super Rich could speed boost his way back to the Spark. You got less than a minute, but that is not the first player that you want to drop down, especially with the sound barrier available. Here comes the nano boost to open things up with Alpha Yi and the blade. He backs up a little bit. He sees the opportunity. He tries to go into a contest Smurf after the sound barrier from Vindame. Tries to keep the rest of Seoul Dynasty alive, but they're going to be rotating through these ult-tier trid. Now with the visor from Shy here, it's going to be difficult. And now Smurf has the primal. He's repositioning him, and Irony and Super Rich get taken out at the same time. A nice trade here, a 2-for-2, but the rest of Spark are falling so low so quick.
Right up until the end there, Vicky, Dynasty were trading up. They were answering Spark 2 ultimates for 1 in that initial fight, which gave them back the economy when it came down to ultimates. Yes, they're being hunted now. Yes, they're losing control of the site. But it could have been so much worse for them if they weren't able to escape away from Alpha Yi's Nano Blade. They're getting set up. We might have time for a recontest from Seoul, but I think they're just going to try and go for ult charge rather than a commit here.
Oh, they're actually... Oh, okay. I was like...
okay.
Oh, they wanted to, though. With Smurf making the swap over to the Duke, they really wanted to stay contending there. But now this match just may give all the free time over to the Spark to control that next choke point. That car wash choke point being so crucial, seeing that the spawn point for the Seoul Dynasty is going to be right beyond that wall. So they want to capitalize off of this repositioning.
Vicky, do you know when you're a little bit late to a party and you walk into a room and everyone stares at you and you feel really awkward? That's basically what Prophet just did there with the stall. There was no... You shouldn't have done that. You didn't have the time. You didn't turn up with your crew. You're just in there alone. You're asking people where the bathroom are, where the drinks are, and everyone's trying to have a conversation. Prophet, man, just wishes he was at home playing video games. That's... I wish they would have just given up that space. They didn't have the right to contest that.
What's crazy there, Trid, is that I'm always late to all the parties that I go to. But it's okay. That's the Miami special. That's the Florida special here. Creative trying to get
in Miami, being late is being on time.
Exactly.
That's the impression I get.
That's why you have to lie about the time that everything starts. And that's what you have to see here for some of the players that we're witnessing right now. Alfie's got the blade ready. He's trying to find the opportunity to deflect out the creative. Are you kidding me? And then Fitz on top of it. That's the cherry on top. Now Smurf is next on his sights. He's trying to get away. He can't leap away. And Alpha E now claims 3 heads from the Seoul Dynasty.
What a performance in his debut match. Alpha Yi, believe the hype when comboed with this team. The Spark stonks are going up. They're getting closer to completing point B. There's the blade, not given the nano boost, and you can see what happens when you have one without the upper. The rundown from Fitz. We have a little assist from Smurf as Prophet also was able to pop up that blade but not find any success either. Clearing out the last members of the Spark, but here's that tactical visor from Fitz. Can't go anywhere, he's grabbed up by Bernard. 1 for 1 with the trade. It's the Spark still coming out on top. Just need to clear out the Genji. You can't deflect the beam, unfortunately. Pocket is there to survive. Where is the payload right now? It's still being contested by Smurf with that Primal Rage.
Actually insane here. It's finally wrapping around the corner, but Smurf taking a lot of damage from the front line right there. Less than a minute, but still time wasted away from Spark to try to get it to that finishing glowing box that the Seoul Dynasty left the fire truck at.
Don't worry though, they've got the completion here. Final section of the map, just over halfway to go. A little bit less time back to make the same distance. Spark are eyeing up the series point. Want to get themselves in a position of power moving through to our 4th map of the series. Smurf leads the charge once more, clears out the high ground, shies to the off angle. Right at the back, really leveraging the distance you can play out with the soldier. You can see that pink box of victory for them so close, Vicky, as the dive comes in from Smurf.
Such a tease right here. You see Irony trying to put down that ante onto Smurf. He's taking a lot of damage as he tries to back away. Literally the epitome of one now as the visor from Shy comes in, finds Vindame. Creative goes down. You have no sustainability. And if you're the Soul, you have nobody stopping the Spark from moving this fire truck along to the fiery, glowing box of victory.
I think that's it, Vicky. They get to walk this one in. Vindame's going to try and stall. Can't find the connection. And Hangzhou Spark get to series points.
The Spark are looking fantastic, splitting apart the Dynasty, preventing the dive to have the success that they were able to find on Dorado. We talked about it before. You have Smurf move in, you have Profit in the back, you get a Seoul Dynasty sandwich. Meanwhile, Creative helps enable them, but you could see right there that the Spark prevented that from happening on Midtown Trend.
Yeah, I enjoyed seeing a little bit of Midtown here, Vicky, but as I said, it is series point for the Spark. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're heading over to Ilios, where it's last chance to learn for the Seoul Dynasty.
Welcome back, everyone. The Spark are currently at match point. They need one more map, and they take it home against the Seoul Dynasty. But we're getting a little bit of this back and forth right now, Trid. I like what we're seeing when it comes to the Zarya composition from Spark, and it definitely looks like this is what they're going to be sticking to, because it doesn't look like they felt confident having Guangzhou on Winston, trying to match that with Smurf.
That could be for a number of reasons. We don't necessarily put that on the individual tanks themselves. It might be how the team prefers to play. Obviously, playing with Winston is very different to playing with Zarya. You need to be able to jump in and be much more mobile and keep up with the pace of action that a Winston is being able to put in. Whereas the Zarya, you have the benefit of being able to keep the pace with the tank a little bit easier, and it allows certain different hero picks. So while they might be favoring Bernard over Guangzhou right now, that is not an indictment of Guangzhou's ability to play the Winston against Smurf. It's just where the Spark are right now. I'm loving it. We still not got a replacement name for Double Bubble, so keep sending us the suggestions. Some of you are trying. I appreciate the effort. We've not found the one just yet, though. Maybe we might default going back to Dirty Bubble still. That might be what we stick with. Maybe there is no better. Maybe Vicky was onto the... Maybe Vicky was there and she was right the first time. Who knows?
It's a nice tribute to the Dirty Bubble, the one and only arch enemy to Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, and it fits perfectly with what we witness sometimes to what we're seeing from the Spark.
I ain't beefing with some I'm not beefing with marine life, Vicky. I don't know what you're doing over in Florida. I see some of the articles sometimes. I'm not out here fighting creatures on the bed of the
have you
ocean,
seen the Florida Mayhem? I mean, come on. Of course, you talk about creatures out here. The beasting actually.
You just call, hey, don't you disrespect those. Don't disrespect them. I call them creatures.
They are great. That's what I mean. Monsters.
Okay,
Monsters is a better word for it. But also, as a fellow Floridian, I could say that we definitely do have some strange headlines that we get to see. But can we highlight the fact that we're seeing Bernard roll out on the Ryan right now?
Hangzhou man rolls out on Rhine? That's a headline that we need to be seeing right now. As Bernard leading the charge a little bit chaotic. Seoul Dynasty giving him a lot of space and playing behind him for now. We'll have to step up to the big Germanic Overlord in a second, though. The point will unlock and kick things off.
This is crazy here. The only time we got to see this a little bit was from London. Fitz on the Sombra here again. This is going to be another attempt here, very similar to what we had seen from Push. Instead, Shy doesn't have the bubble, but Super Rich getting hacked over to the side. You can see Fitz now trying to get into a nice off angle, but Shy catches him off guard. Now the control here for the point goes in favor to the Spark.
Hold it down quite quickly. There's a teleport coming in. Immediate bubble to keep Profit up. He's going into the face of Bernard with those shotguns. Flip from Alfie finds a path to the back line. Return there from Irony. Creative, we're going to keep on the fight. Profit's taking a nap. There's Alfie with a cut through. Finding his second. Looking for the tank line. Alfie continues to deliver. And I'll say it once more, Vicky. Believe the hype. Billy Gaming have found a superstar.
It had to take the hack to prevent another dash. Alpha Yi really putting himself on the map. One of our rookie MVP players coming through really to shine on the Spark. I love what I'm seeing here. Love the resets. And now Irony has the nano boost at the ready here. A lot of the Spark looking great in terms of economy, but they have to keep their eyes on Fitz, who is creeping about and does have the EMP coming out shortly.
Locked in that corner. Fitz now has the EMP online. Seoul Dynasty struggling to find a foothold in this series. Putting a lot of attention onto Fitz's EMP, I imagine, but it was a good back cap. Just got them and stemmed the bleeding for the time being. And the EMP following up afterwards. Does not look like they're going to be successful at shutting this down as Shy comes back with the Death Blossom. Oh, no, my friends, as Spark get back in control.
Remember what Avril said earlier about that EMP? Well, There you go. That's why. That Death Blossom still comes out strong and clears out that point.
Come on. Are we saying that, like, I don't know, I feel like Avril was maybe being a little bit too extreme by saying Infrasight was more valuable than the EMP.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it is valuable, like, you get a lot of information. I don't know if I'm going to put it that low in the pecking order, if I'm honest with you.
You got those individual acts. You get the
nano boost as well.
Oh, the nano boost, and then the sound barrier to actually bunker down here. Alpha Yi now is going to be able to try to tear it up with the blade. See if he gets an opportunity. He's found Smurf. You have the sustainability for so long, but here comes Profit with the Death Blossom. Takes care of 3. Fitz finds Alpha Yi, and the rest of the Spark, it's going to be cleanup season as the Seoul finally get to put their toes on this point.
that was every ultimate thrown in apart from the Nano Boost. I'm pretty certain that 11 ults were put into a blender, and the juice that came out was a victory for the Seoul Dynasty. I don't know how else to describe what just happened there. A little bit of sensory overload, but it's fine. Seoul Dynasty at the last hurdle. They're facing against a 99% right now. Need to ride this to victory. Irony's Nano Boost is going to kick things off, I imagine. And give that a cheeky donation over to Shy. He can play much more aggressive in the tank line. He's hacked up for now. Might need that support. Could be used in an emergency situation. Giving it over to Alpha Yi with the rundown of the Vindane. Finds the second support. Doesn't need the Nano Blade to have the impact. And right by his side, Bernard is there to support. Overtime flip, 99%. We're going to see the store come from Profit, but Vicky, for me, this is the Spark taking the first round of Ilios.
It was Profit that did the double down, noticed that there was no health pack to reset to, and said, you know, you got this right here. The Spark were able to cover so much. Even Smurf at the very end there, you saw that Alpha E just waited, didn't even want to take the chance. Smurf recognized what was going to happen, even though he'd already used up his own bubble, and unfortunately, they're going to get cleared off of the point. Again, love the different sorts of compositions that we have been seeing roll out from the Spark. It's really been helping them out, but specifically, the Zarya comp that has been up their sleeve. Bernard really popping off here.
I want to see if we have some variation from Bernard. Moving on to the Diva. Could be... I think it might be the first time we've seen Diva today, Vicky. I'm trying to go back the archives of my mind. It's only been day one. See if we have the rollout here. Still time to change. Bernard, Diva, let's go. TP coming in from... Well, just getting ahead anyway. I was worrying they weren't going to put a Symmetra out on the field, but we're going back to the Ashe, which has been a bit of a question mark for me today. A lot of love for Ashe in the APAC region.
At least if you're super rich, you have a lot of hands that you could hold here. A lot of options, just as Vindane does too. On some
the lewdest of actions.
It's beautiful because you can see both teams now taking both sides of the field here, with Shy having the ability to find Profit. Vindane actually went for that in front of Alpha Yi. I mean, you have nowhere to run at this point too. If the focusing beam, as Fitz gets to see another day, but with Bernard on his tail, you're not going to get very far. Look at Bernard popping off on this Diva pick. Are you serious? Getting a 3K right off the bat. And with Spark taking control over the point here first, Red, this is momentum speaking for itself.
Want to see what some bombs can do from Bernard. They're happy to block this one. Easy DM there to keep Irony safe. Don't think they're under much threat at all there. Now if you just Seoul Dynasty, you got Smurf onto the Zarya to keep up and move into the play. Fitz on the Soldier 76. I like that they've moved away from the Sombra. I don't think it's having the value that they're expecting. And now if they have the Soldier, at least they can challenge at distance Alpha Yi and Shy. Shy has other ideas because, well, that's a little bit of dynamite thrown into the mix. Follows it up with a headshot onto Profit. That's both damage dealers down for the Seoul Dynasty. And they just kill all attempt at this push. They have to back off once more, and we're across the 50% line. Vicky, 50% separates the Hangzhou Spark from the first victory of the season against the Seoul Dynasty, and I did not expect that to be the result coming out of today, if I'm honest with you.
Neither did I, but I know Costa is having a field day right now with this. Had all the faith in Spark for all the right reasons. Again, they just have so many pawns up their sleeve that they could really utilize in terms of the different players that they could have out on the field here. And Irony now has that Nano Boost. See Profit now on the Tracer that we saw find so much success, but this is a problem. You have to deal with Shy. Are you serious? Again, now you have the Bob as a 6th player. What game are we playing? Might as well be Overwatch 1 with the way that Alpha Yi and Shy are playing this with the Bob out on the field. And now the rest of the cleanup is coming through for the rest of Spark. What is happening right now? You're already reaching nearly 90%, and the Seoul Dynasty can't even touch the point.
Irony and Shy are making this feel like 6 players on Hangzhou Spark right now. The diff that's coming in between these two teams on this round. Final fight for the Seoul Dynasty. They do not want to go 0-0 to kick off this season. They said in the video, new Seoul, same Seoul, new Dynasty, I believe. They're getting ready for it.
Overtime taking away the Nano Boost here. Super Rich as well as the Falcons. He gets hacked here. Alpha Yi trying to make the plays. He's got the duplicate ready here too.
Creative dives with the Nano Boost, Vicky!
And now he's going to be able to dive in here too. Now gets the reset, the duplicate on top of it. Shy actually gets rezzed in the process. 99% for Spark. And overtime, nobody. Spark gets taken down. Creative tries to get back in, but you still have the Spark cleaning you up with the grab from Alpha Yi on top of it all. All of Spark clear out the Soul, and the Spark win our last series of the day here in APAC.
What an amazing start for the Spark. bringing in all these rookies, a time spent in the contenders China, paying fruition. You love to see a bunch of upstarts making a huge debut. Alpha Yi's played fantastically. Irony and Shy there in that final round were absolutely fantastic. Spark Stonk's going up.
I love it. I love seeing all these rookies shine, honestly. Just seeing the way that we've been having our rookies pop off in North America, now doing the same thing in APAC. When you take a look at Spark, we talked about it before. All these rookie players are coming from Billy Gaming onto the Spark roster, and so they're bringing in that synergy that they've already built up within their time in Contenders trip.
Absolutely, and it wasn't, I don't think it's particularly a bad performance from Seoul. I think there's some questions around the compositions they're running on here. I think we're all pretty low on the Sombra right now, and played it on a couple of maps, and wasn't really having the impact. I think Prophet hasn't really lost anything from his game, which is always good to see, transitioning from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2. Same thing with Smurf. I think Smurf's been quite phenomenal as well. Definitely looking stronger on the Winston, I would say. But once again, need more data before we put that on an individual or the comp that's forced by changing that tank.
We gotta highlight one player though, above them all in this series. It's gotta be Alpha Yi. We highlighted the rookies, but Alpha Yi was popping off. The follow-ups that we had seen from Alpha Yi in general, looking between the Echo, we saw the Genji pop off, and this was interesting to see how the Spark were just able to adapt around Dynasty because they knew that Smurf was going to come out on the Winston, but the overall, Alpha Yi was destroying the Dynasty, specifically the backline.
Yeah, lots of fun here on the Echo. Will reflect there. Wasn't the headshot we were looking for, but I think the Genji was far more impressive for me, watching him just pop off and be able to dash and reset.
Oh yeah.
Really enabled by the rest of his team as well. I'm every time I'm talking about a damage dealer doing something well on the Spark, I'm also throwing Irony into that contention. I think it's very rare that you didn't see some kind of assist coming in from that man when the damage dealers were going full throttle in this series.
Yeah.
Very optimistic now on the Spark after seeing that debut.
Yeah, I really like the way that you saw Alpha Yi pop off between Bernard and Gushue, even when we had Gushue out on Winston. The follow-ups that we had seen from Alpha Yi, and even the following from Irony being on the Ana, the Nano Boost, the Blade. Even sometimes you didn't even see the Nano Boost get put onto Alpha Yi before he was still able to get those dash resets and still clear up so much space.
Well, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're obviously going to take a look and break down the action from that last series.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.